So I'm going to go like that.
Yes, you certainly can. Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, including those who are watching the live stream, which we've now ascertained is very live, so that's great. It is 10 o'clock and it is time for me to open the hearings into the examination of the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea's new local plan review. My name is Louise Mercer and I'm the planning inspector and I'm a chartered town planner. I have been appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 as amended to hold this examination into the soundness of the plan, which in the interest of brevity I'm now calling the plan rather than, you took not my, oh. Okay. For those who are watching the live streaming, I would like I think I'm going to just adjourn for 5 minutes before we, because this is just silly. We're adjourning. This is just me trying to sort out the IT. Oh, it is. It is. Morning, everyone. Following a few technical glitches, I would like now to formally open the examination of the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea's new local plan review. Welcome to those who are watching via live stream yet again. It's now 10:30. And I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Louise Nurser. I'm a planning inspector and chartered town planner. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, as amended, to hold this examination into the soundness of the Kensington-Chelsea new local plan review, which, in the interest of brevity, I will refer to as the plan, and to produce a report for the council on my conclusions and recommendations as regards soundness. I'm not going to ask whether people can hear me, because we know that if they can't, they're going to have to shout. Okay? But could the council advise me what we should do in the event of any emergency and explain other housekeeping matters?
So there's not a fire alarm test today, it's on Friday. So if the fire alarm sounds, and it's quite a loud beeping sound, I think you will know that it's a fire alarm. We will all exit this room, we will go downstairs together, and we will assemble next to the library just outside. And we will stay there until such time as we are told that we can come back in.
Toilets, I understand,
Toilets.
are on this level.
Yes, toilets are just on the next level up, just go up the stairs, and I think that there's ladies' toilets, I think, round by the lifts, I think. And men's toilets are on the right, just before the corridor.
I understand the council were going to provide refreshment?
We are.
That's right, yeah, refreshments will be in committee room 5, which is also straight down and then left. And yeah, so they'll be there in the morning and the afternoon.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the programme officer, Helen Wilson, who I'm sure you may have met previously. I'd just like to reiterate, she works for me and is independent of the council. She's responsible for all administrative and procedural issues and for the smooth running of the hearings, but I don't think she can be blamed for the microphones. I just want to reiterate, outside the hearing sessions, if you need to make any contact, that will be through the programme officer, and I won't be accepting any documentation, only if I ask for it, and that one, I'll come on to that later. My role is purely to assess whether the local plan is sound and meets the legal compliance texts and the relevant regulations. This stage of the examination is a series of hearing sessions to explore matters, some which have come forward in submissions and others which I have raised myself. It takes the form of a roundtable discussion, but I'd like to reiterate, I lead the roundtable discussion, so it will be based on the questions that I've previously set out, albeit I may have follow-up questions, or there may be questions where I feel that I already have enough information. So it's no point people just repeating what's in their hearing statements. Then the point of the hearing session obviously is to help inform my conclusions, which, as I said previously, will go into a report for the council to consider at the end of the examination process. When I use the word soundness, I'm afraid that's planning jargon, but it doesn't really get much better when I explain what it means. It's in line with paragraph 35 of the 2021 National Planning Policy Framework, There are 4 tests which are relevant to this stage of this process. To be sound, a plan should be positively prepared, justified, effective, and consistent with national policy. Positively prepared means providing a strategy which, as a minimum, seeks to meet the area's objectively assessed needs and is informed by agreements with other authorities, so that unmet need from neighbouring areas is accommodated where it is practical to do so and is consistent with achieving sustainable development. Justified means it's an appropriate strategy, taking into account the reasonable alternatives and based on proportionate evidence. Effective means it's deliverable over the plan period, based on effective joint working on cross-boundary strategic matters that are being dealt with rather than deferred, as evidenced by statements of common ground. And lastly, consistent with national policy, which enabling this delivery of sustainable development in accordance with the policies of the framework and other statements of national planning policy. My starting point is that the council submitted a document which it considers to be sound. That is, the onus is on those who made representations to demonstrate where and how they consider the plan is not sound, making reference to the relevant tests and identifying evidence to support their conclusions. It is not my role to consider individual objections on their own, but I have to take a rounded view in regards to soundness in respect of the tests set out in the framework. I should also emphasise that it's not my role to consider whether the plan could be improved. I would also very much like to make clear that I will not be discussing the planning merits or otherwise of emission sites which have not been allocated through the plan, nor can I consider the merits or otherwise of the London plan, which this plan has to be in general conformity with. So that's all that is outside my remit. There are 3 possible outcomes to this examination. Firstly, that the submitted plan is sound and no modifications are necessary. I have to say this would be very unusual. In fact, I think worldwide never has ever happened. The submitted plan is not sound, but could be made sound by changes, if necessary, following further work by the council. And latterly, the submitted plan is not sound, could not be made sound by changes. Once a plan has been submitted, i.e. given to the planning inspectorate, there are only 2 ways in which changes can be made. Main modifications, which are recommended by myself, or additional modifications made by the council on adoption. I can only recommend main modifications if they are necessary to resolve problems that would otherwise make the plan unsound. Main modifications are changes that would materially alter the plan or its policies. In the interest of fairness, they would be subject to consultation after the hearing sessions and further appraisal in terms of the integrated impact assessment may also be needed. Additional modifications, these are issues which do not materially affect policies in the plan, such as typos or just where things clearly just is obviously wrong. They are made by the council on adoption and are sometimes referred to as minor modifications. Additional modifications do not fall within the scope of the examination, and it is the council which is accountable for them. Generally, they involve factual updates. The council has already prepared a list of proposed modifications to the plan. These were submitted with the plan. Some of the proposed additional, I'm sorry it's all very technical, but I mean that's the way it is. Some of the proposed additional modifications which have been suggested by the council do not go to the heart of the soundness, and I've asked that these be placed on the website, so I'm taking them as already part of the plan. The remaining modifications tabled by the council have no status, but in the interest of transparency have been made publicly available on the examination website. My role is to assess whether the submitted plan is sound and legally compliant, and we will discuss the council submitted modifications as we go along. Could I ask the council to make sure that they are proactive about bringing those to my attention, and the same applies to those who object to the plan and have suggested make modifications, if they can remind me of those, just so that at the end of the day, I'll be asking, in fact, during the day, I will be asking the council to note down some action points. And that's where I may have asked for further work to take place, or I may have asked them to start drafting some main modifications. Just to ensure we don't miss anything, at the end of the day, I'll ask the council to go through those action points so that we can just cross-check that everything has been covered. I would ask that these action points are then published at the end of the week in the interest of transparency. I'd just like to make clear that the fact that I may have asked for something to be done, or may not have asked for a main modification at a particular time, does not bind me to what main modifications I may recommend, having had the time to go around and think more deeply about what has been said at the hearing sessions. Because obviously, if I could just sort of do it off on the cuff, it would be a very potentially quite a superficial approach. So I do actually have to think quite deeply about what main modifications may come forward. So nothing's, I just wanted to make that clear. The council haven't as yet asked me formally to recommend these main modifications, but if in the opening the council could cover that, I'd be appreciative. In terms of the actual hearing sessions, my guidance notes outlines procedures we followed at the hearing sessions, the way in which written representation can be dealt with, and the availability of information. The hearings programme has been published, and I intend to follow that. However, please be aware that sometimes things come left field, such as the mics don't work, or an issue takes longer to consider. So the draft programme may change. It is your responsibility to keep an eye on the examination webpage, as any necessary updates or new information will be posted there. The hearing sessions are programmed to last 3 weeks, which would end on the afternoon of the 20th of July. However, if necessary, additional time has been programmed during the week beginning the 14th of August. Morning sessions will run from 10 to around 1 p.m. and afternoon sessions from around 2 to 5 p.m. But there may need to be some flexibility on that. I'll aim to take short breaks in both sessions. Unless previously agreed with the programme officer, each participant has 1 seat at the table other than the council. If you have brought others with you, they will be able to sit in chairs behind you or in the public area. Where it may be appropriate for another person to speak on a particular aspect, it is appropriate to hot seat around the table, in other words, to swap chairs. The hearing sessions themselves will be in a form of structured discussion which I shall lead, generally following the matters, issues and questions already circulated. However, I will provide a brief agenda for each day. If anyone has brought legal representation, which I don't think anyone has today, but in the future they do, I'm sure they'll need no reminding that they have the same role and status as any other participant. As such, no one will be prejudiced by their attendance. There may be issues where I have enough information and there won't be much discussion on those, but that does not mean that I don't consider they're important. And there may be issues where I need to drill down in much more detail. I have read the submitted statements, Regulation 19 representations, and there is therefore no need to go for those again. I have previously asked that the programme officers signpost the inspectorate's video on local plan examinations. So those who do not attend these types of events regularly should be familiar with the process. boldly put that it's for me to ask questions and where appropriate for participants to answer them. And that helps me work out whether the plan is sound. Once I have asked a question, if you wish to speak in response to it, please place your name board on its end, as so, and then I will know that you wish to speak, and then I can bring you in at the appropriate time. Some of the sessions have a lot of participants. As such, it is particularly important that you wait until you're asked to speak. However, please do not feel the need to repeat what's already been said. As a good point, Mr. Beyond Adage is not made any better by being repeated over and over again. Please also, I know obviously people get passionate about planning issues. Can everyone make sure that they give people the courtesy of listening to what they're saying without interrupting? And I'll try to do that myself as well, because I'm not very good at that. If you wish to raise something which you think I've missed, which relates to my questions, please do not hesitate to let me know by the end of the particular session. To recap, by its very nature, the event is formal and bound by relevant regulations. In addition, my remit is restricted to the examination of the comprehensive plan. Nonetheless, within those constraints, I would urge everyone to fully play their part and do not hesitate to ask me to rephrase a question if any are not clear. It is important that everyone helps me in examination of the plan. I have already visited much of the borough and have seen the site allocations from publicly accessible land. If I need to make further visits, I expect to do this on my own, and I will fit these in outside of the hearing sessions. I am aware that there have already been a couple of requests via the programme officer for me to go on sites which are on private land. In the interest of fairness, where I consider it's necessary for me to visit them, these will be taken on an accompanied basis with the council representative and, if needs be, the programme officer. After the hearings, as I said previously, I will carefully consider what I've heard. Then, subject to my conclusions, whether the plan is likely to be capable of being found legally compliant and sound in relation to matters covered, and bearing in mind my ability to hopefully recommend main modifications. Which would require further consultation. I will make my report to the council. Does anyone have any questions so far? Yes, you've got your name.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
It's regarding Thursday. So Thursday is Windrush Day. I don't know if people are aware. 22nd of June has been allocated because of obviously the historical significance of the Windrush. In the afternoon, you have 3 sessions that I would like to contribute to, but obviously for me it's not going to be possible as I'm going to be engaged with Windrush Day quite naturally. And so I was wondering whether you said there was a possibility that it would not go ahead, not everything would go ahead on Thursday. And I was just wondering if the 3 areas that I'm interested if they could be things that would be considered to be put forward to the next session after that. If possible, or if not, if there's a way for me to ensure that I can get my feedback in.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is for me to take that away, and then I'll speak to the programme officer over the break. But so your
I think it's Portobello Road, Nottingdale, and Latimer. Warnington Green and Latimer, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there may be other people involved in those.
Yeah.
If there are other people involved in those.
Well, just that if you have the opportunity and things are running and you can possibly postpone it, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just double check if other people are actually involved in those sessions, because obviously if other people are involved in those sessions, I just have to carry on.
Yeah.
But if they aren't, I would be happy to have it on the additional day, but that's only if other people aren't involved.
And if it's not possible to move it, could you please make a note of the clash, because it might just be helpful to be thinking about dates when these things are planned. Particularly in a place like Kennington and Chelsea, where with a history of the African Caribbean community, just to throw that in.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Misunderstanding between site allocation, which is on Thursday, and places which are dealt with elsewhere. So Cloughlin Road is a place, Latimer Road is a site allocation.
Yeah, well, sir, I think you're a member of the public, aren't you? You're not such a, are you part of the event?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, sir. No. So you're being sat at the back?
No, I'm from the Kensington Society.
Are you from the Kensington
And
Society?
I was really trying to be helpful to stress that
Okay.
some of the things are for Thursday sessions, like Latimer Road, whereas Portobello Road and some of the other places are in spread elsewhere.
Okay. I think the best thing for me to do would be to take the lady's request away, see what I can do, but obviously the agenda's been published for quite a long time, and it's been set on that basis. Obviously one would be sensitive, you know, perhaps if we'd heard it. Unfortunately, I wasn't aware. If I'd known earlier, I may have been able to work my way around it. I'll do my best, but obviously
appreciate
it really impacts on other people attending. I need to be fair to everyone in that respect. Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? No? Okay. Now, the council's requested that it make a brief opening statement, which I understand Mr. Wade will undertake.
Local plan is the key document for place shaping this borough, and its contents are key to continuing the recovery after the 2017 Grenfell tragedy. The approach to the plan has evolved significantly over the last 6 years, and it is a vehicle for ensuring that the needs and priorities of all our residents, wherever they live in the borough, are protected. It is an inclusive plan reflecting the needs of all our residents. It is a plan that has been put together with extensive engagement, not only traditional forms, but the use of social media, digital platforms, and bespoke workshops, to name but two. Our communities in the borough have actively shaped the policies within this plan, and we have put our communities at the heart of their development. It is a tribute to them that engagement was so extensive. There have been changes from the previous plan, for example, building a larger percentage of social rented housing as part of the affordable housing, and having a lower threshold for delivery, which reflects the nature of this borough. It is a bespoke plan for a borough that in many respects does not reflect the norm. The vision for this plan is based on 3 strands which all reflect the notion of good growth. But in more specific terms, issues such as the affordability of our homes, green issues, the architecture, historic streets and townscape of the borough, which are all important to our communities. The strands that come together to form this vision are green, inclusive and livable. Green in that we put the environment at the heart of our new developments, following through on our net zero commitments. We do this in a sensitive way which protects the character of our buildings and embraces modern technology. Inclusive in that we commit to providing truly affordable homes, employment opportunities and ensure that a range of social and leisure facilities are provided. This plan assists in narrowing the equality gap that exists in this borough and providing the best services for our residents. And finally, livable, in that we recognise that we need to protect and indeed enhance the borough's outstanding special townscape by ensuring the design of new development is of the highest quality and safety standards, reinforcing an area's character. It is not only a plan of places where we support internationally recognised town centres with their shops, theatres, museums, events, markets and festivals, but it assists in creating a highly attractive place to live, work and learn. In 2019, we gave a pledge that we would fast-track the next local plan so that it was ready within 3 years. we have kept this promise as one of our pledges after the Grenfell tragedy. This plan provides a firm foundation for the future as it delivers on our ambitions and, most importantly, our resident and community aspirations. I commend it to you, Madam Inspector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wade. Did you address my issue whether you wanted me to make any modifications?
Yes, so I will now request that the council will be requesting made modifications.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Before we formally start the agenda, I would appreciate it if people could just introduce themselves and set out who they are representing. It just helps everybody in the room and those who are watching the live stream. So perhaps the council could start.
Yes, I'm Jonathan Wade. I'm Head of Spatial Planning at Kensington Chelsea. So one of my teams is the Planning Policy team.
I'm Chris Turner, I'm a Principal Planning Officer in the Policy Team.
And I'm Preeti Gulati, I'm the Planning Policy Team Leader.
Is it over to me? I'm Isis Amlak. I'm a local resident, but I wear a number of hats, and this morning I'm representing a colleague of mine, Citizens Advice, regarding their submission.
I'm Mark McLeod, local resident.
Tom Charles, local resident representing Mr. O'Donnell.
Okay, and great. Thank you. I'm going to have the session run for about 15 minutes and then I think we'll like a caffeine boost, so we'll start then. Okay. Has the new local plan been prepared in accordance with the LDS, the local development scheme, in terms of its form, scope and timing? And does the title of the plan risk confusion as to the status of the plan? So in terms, my reading for the LDS, does anyone consider that the plan hasn't been prepared in line with the LDS, local plan statement?
I don't know the local.
Oh, right, okay, if you don't know what it is, then probably you don't, you're happy about it. I think you might be involved about the statement of common. The problem is there's lots and lots of jargon in planning. I do apologise for this, but I'm afraid that's the way it is, unfortunately. Yes.
I just wanted to just make one contribution about the timing in terms of when it was prepared.
Yes.
So I think it would have been more helpful if it hadn't happened around so close to Grenfell, to the anniversary. So I do have a concern about the timing. And also throughout the process, I think we didn't have enough time as communities to make submissions because there were particular events that were happening sort of around Christmas and then there were holidays. So I think it would have been more helpful to keep the distance between the Grenfell anniversary and this forum, is it right, session.
Yeah, so are we going through?
We're going to go. I'm going to ask questions, and
To get on the right page, that's the one legal and procedural advice. And it goes.
you are. And I'm on question 1. Okay. Thank you. Unless the council wishes to come back on anything, I might just go through my questions, and if there's anything you wish to come back on, please do so. In terms of the title of the plan, this is something that the council's responded to, because clearly it's a bit of a mouthful. I said, does it cause any confusion? And you've come back and said, once it's gone through, we'll just call it a local plan. So that's just your approach, is it? Yeah.
I think we were concerned that if we were calling it something close to the local plan, there would be confusion. We just way it's very clear. It is a bit of a mouthful, but at the end of it, we want a local plan to be dated.
Can we now talk about the actual review of what policies have been saved and those which haven't been saved? An appendix at the back, which sets up which ones have been saved and which ones haven't. But it's just really a general question I want to put to the council. That it's clear to me where you said, yes, I'm literally saving this policy because it's one that no changes have taken place. This is we're just chunt it forward. And I can understand the rationale for that. But in some of your papers that are supporting the policies, and you've gone through how you review them, those are sort of the review of the policy. Yes? That is how you review the policies. You have said things like, well, it was in the 2019 plan and it's fine. And therefore we're bringing it into this plan, but we're making a few little changes. Okay. Now, in doing that, does that mean that it's completely up for grabs again? Or has the principle, so in other words, should it be supported by evidence and all those things? Or are you saying that the principle's already been set, therefore it doesn't really matter what evidence, what comes forward next? Does that make sense? You understand where my thought is going there?
So I suppose, so for example, is it okay if I talk now?
Sorry, would you introduce yourself every time you speak? I think it makes it easier.
Peter Goodati, planning policy leader. So the affordable housing policy, for example, there are some parts which are being retained, but the entire policy, we've got the evidence again related to that policy, and all of it has been put forward for examination. We haven't done any track changes, so everything which is in the plan is all up for examination. Because otherwise we would have produced a version of policies where we would have introduced track changes and only asked you to look at the new parts of the policy.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so going forward, for example, with the affordable housing policy where you operate, for the non-planners, the framework sets out a particular threshold for affordable housing, and in Kensington and Chelsea, they take an approach which is much lower. And you said the reason we've done that is because the examining inspector who looked at the plan before said it was okay. That's sort of your.
yes, but also we have produced new viability evidence which demonstrates that actually the threshold where it is will produce schemes that can viably provide affordable housing. So we have produced and updated the evidence to support retaining that policy effectively. And so we have been operating it, so we've got from experience that it's been working efficiently, but also we've got the evidence collated that it's still valid, it's a policy that is supported by evidence.
Okay, so the fact that it was in the local plan before isn't the be all and end all. The
Yeah.
fact is it remains relevant
Yes.
because you have up-to-date evidence to demonstrate that it remains relevant. And that's the thesis that you're coming through. So you would argue that you reviewed the policies through your topic papers, or whatever you want to call them, and in doing so you've come to the conclusion that they still remain legitimate, but you've made various changes to them, but nonetheless they are policies that I'm examining, and the fact that the inspector previously may have put them forward is sort of something in the way in favour of them, but it's not the be all and end all.
That's right.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to make that totally explicit so that going forward it's not seen as being, it was in it before, it's fine, because it still may be fine, but it's just a question of I need to be sure, because obviously the new London plan has taken place, been adopted since the 2019 plan. So the planning context has actually changed. Thank you. That's useful. Okay. Unless anybody wants to come back on that particular question, I'm now moving on to question 2. Ms. McLeod.
McLeod,
Yeah.
Mark McLeod. Just wanted to ask the council a little bit about.
Sorry, Mr. McLeod, you can't actually ask.
Oh, sorry.
anything.
Can I-
You'll just have to answer my questions, and then if I think that it's something that the council ought to go back on, I'll ask the council to do that. I'm sorry, it's a terribly formal
No,
process.
that's okay.
But it'll get, believe you me, if we don't follow the process, it can end up in where we don't want to, in sort of chaos.
Okay, so how might I approach through you getting more information about the reasons for the revision of the policies?
Well, the reasons for the revisions, they've already set out in there, because they PLB vision, what do you call it? The little document that each policy
Policy formulation reports.
policy formulation reports, the snazzy
Right, yes.
title.
I'm aware of the-
Each of those sets out how they went about the review and even refers to various alternatives. And then they come to the conclusion as to why they've done that. So when you were making your responses
Yeah.
to that, those should have been.
No, absolutely. I'm aware of the policy formulation report. My question is actually broader than that. It relates to why we are having a review at this point at all. I understand the review is earlier than it would have been and was triggered as in the statement by Grenfell. And I wanted to understand a little bit more about how that is balanced with other opportunities to review other policies in the plan, particularly with respect to issues of addressing the climate emergency. So there seems to have been a trigger from Grenfell, but at the same time there is an opportunity to revise a number of other policies as well. We mentioned housing, but there are other very pressing issues that have occurred since the time of Grenfell that I'm seeking for some reassurance that those are being addressed at the same time as the issue of Grenfell.
Okay. So when we go through the actual specific policies, if you feel that the policy isn't sound, do you remember I went through
Yeah,
those
absolutely.
4 issues about
Yes,
whether it's
yes.
justified and
Yeah.
things like that?
Justified.
Yeah. These are terrible. I mean, just beyond comprehension, isn't it, how terrible they are really? But unfortunately, those are what we have to work with. And it's really whether it's evidenced. And if you think that circumstances have changed such that the policy isn't effective and it's not justified, then that's what you need to tell me. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you. Okay. Right, can we now move on to right. I'm going to just say the question that I'm going to be asking, but then I want to adjourn because I think it would be inappropriate to sort of start and then finish more straight away. So I'm going to be looking at question number 2, which relates to how the legal requirements being met in terms of the preparation of the plan, notification, consultation, publication and submission of documents. So We're going to break now, and then we will come back here at 11:30. Normally I would give more time on breaks, but because we're running against time because of the issues that we've had with the streaming and microphones, I'm going to do that. Mr. McCoy, sorry, do you mind putting your Toblerone down unless you want to speak?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
My Toblerone, I didn't bring any snacks.
No, sorry. Again, another piece of planning jargon. Right, so we will return at 11:30 and we will address matter 2. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
I just wanted to let everyone know there's a box of documents there, so if you want to do something,
It's all in there, yeah?
hearings,
Yeah.
just put out,
Fantastic.
if you don't have the council's hearing statement, you can make that.
How you doing? It's nice to see you.
How are you?
Enjoying the weather, but my skin here or something. As much as I love the sun. Right.
I think there should be refreshments.
Coffee.
It's now 11:30 and I'd like to proceed with the examination of the Chelsea local plan. Thank you very much. I hope everyone's had the opportunity to get coffee. My next question relates to the legal requirements in terms of the preparation of the plan, notification, consultation and publication and submission of documents. The council has set out in great detail work that's been submitted in terms of going through the regulations. So I see no point in asking them to go through that. I would like others to come in at this point if they have any issues relating to this. Bearing in mind my next question relates to the statement of community involvement, which is how the council says it would undertake consultation. So they're two slightly discrete but related matters. So I've got a written statement here from the Lots Road Neighbourhood Forum, who suggested that the plan was predetermined and that in terms of consultation, that consultation didn't actually result in any changes to the plan. I just appreciate it if the council could come back in relation to that observation by the Lots Road Neighbourhood Forum.
I mean,
So
Chris Turner, Council Chelsea. So in terms of consultation,
can you make sure that you project your
Yeah, sorry.
member?
yeah, in terms of changes. So in terms of consultation, we went out so at a number of stages as the plan progressed, and at each stage we set out the comments received and we responded to how the plan had actually changed in relation to those comments. So I think I don't know the specifics, but we did reflect the comments received, and where we felt it was appropriate, we did amend the plan. So if you look at the initial plan, what we have now, it is different bits. We have picked up a number of comments and changed accordingly.
I think I'd just like to add that.
Sorry, can you introduce something?
Sorry, yes, Preeti Gulati, Kensington and Chelsea Council. So we undertook 4 rounds of consultation. So, as per our statement of community involvement, we undertook early engagement. So before anything was written, any policies were drafted, we undertook an issues consultation to try and understand what the key issues were and how the community, what the priorities were for the community that the plan needed to address. And then came up with the issues and options, and there was a very clear process where we put out alternatives and options for consultation, where people were able to feed back to us what the preferred options were before we identified them. So I think we followed due process. There was no predetermined outcomes there, and we've taken on board with a very open and positive mind what the community told us during the consultation, and where we could change the policies in line with the NPPF, in compliance with the planning policy guidance, as well as the London plan, we did positively make changes to the plan. And in the submitted consultation statement, you will see there are over 1,000 pages in terms of responses just for Regulation 18, and then another 1,500 pages for the Regulation 19 consultation with regards to comments, where we very clearly set out what the council's response was and where we suggested modification to the draft policies.
Thank you. I'm now going to go into statement of community. If anyone wishes to speak in terms of the regulations in terms of this, I'm going to talk about the statement of community involvement, which was how the council said that they were going to undertake the consultation, which may be more appropriate, but Mr. Charles ask a
Yeah,
question.
Charles.
Yeah.
Okay, you might be right that this is not quite.
No,
right.
but
Number
obviously
two,
it's-
but
yeah.
it also doesn't seem like number 3. So on the map that I'm looking at, which says the canal side, Kensal Canal side,
Yeah.
Canal side house is included within the boundary of the plan. However, Canal side house has never been on the site. It sits just outside the site. So therefore, the residents of Canal Side House, which is in some voluntary sector and some businesses, have not been informed until now that Canal Side House is on the site, yet it appears on this map as on the site. So relating that to the question, how could they have been, they haven't been notified, and they certainly haven't been consulted on the future of that building and how it sits within the big plan.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take that and then we'll talk about the statement of community involvement. So if the council could, I've read your issue about statement of community involvement, and it might be useful if you should just give an overarching, can you come back after this one? And then, 'cause I
Can
think
I
it's,
just quickly add to what Tom said?
yeah, sure.
I would be interested to know, there's obviously a requirement, a legal requirement. So there's a lower threshold, but I'm sure there is scope to have a higher threshold than consultation. So I'm just wondering, it says that when you ask about have they prepared the plan to meet the legal requirements, I'd be interested to know, is there more that could have been done? Because there are grave concerns about the level of consultation, but clearly there's a minimum. I'm just wondering if this has just met the minimum, or could they have gone further? So that's my question, really.
Thank you very much. Because what I'm going to ask them to do is set out,
Yeah.
because the council have got a legal obligation to provide a document called a statement of community involvement, which sets out how they will, and it's a document that the council will have produced and have consulted upon and have actually adopted, set out the way in which they consult. And I'll be asking the council to ensure, to double check that they've done the consultation in line with that, and how COVID has impacted on that consultation as well, because obviously during COVID, circumstances did change, and there were regulations that meant that perhaps some things that they may have previously said they would have done under statement of community involvement, they weren't going to undertake. But I think it would be very helpful if the council could first of all go through the SCI, statement of community involvement, and say actually what it is. And secondly, I think it was Mr. Batty actually who I'm going to be speaking with this afternoon. He mentioned about the council's governance document, and I'd be interested to know how that relates with the statement of community involvement as
He's
well.
talking about principles of participation,
Yes.
which is something that's been agreed, something that comes up for us as well.
Yeah, so I just want to ask the council to give an overview of how of all these things have interrelated in terms of the statement of community involvement. And then if other people have any, I'll ask further questions, and if you have any other further questions, please don't hesitate to put your nameplate/code up, and then we can see if we're looking at that. Okay. Right, thank you.
Thank you. So Chris Turner, Kensington, Chelsea. So starting with statement of community involvement, we adopted the last statement of community involvement in February 2020, and it's document worth having a look, SD 204. And this sets out the way across the whole sphere of planning. We will consult the public when it comes to all sorts of planning decisions, and there are sections of that. So the first couple of sections really set out generally how we can work on our principles of engagement when it comes to consulting the public in terms of the planning process. So that's in terms of plan making and also in terms of everyday decision making when it for planning applications. In section 3, we talk about a range of possible consultation techniques. For this examination, I think part 2 is most helpful because it deals with planning policy, so that starts in section 5. And we have 2 sections. We have a one section which explains what we would always do. And I'll just run through these because it's not a very long list. Basically, it says consultation materials will be available at the town hall, on our website, and at the local library. And then we have made sure that at each stage of the consultation, each stage of the plan's progression, we have met that minimum requirement. The second part of it, we will publish consultations and invite comments by directly emailing stakeholders on the planning policy database. Now, is it 1,800 people on that database? Something like that, 1,800.
Two council
So we've been doing that. So that's specific, the general and duty corporate bodies. So in terms of minimum requirements, it sets out very clearly what the minimum requirements are. We recognise the minimum requirements in terms of the planning policy process, but we've always said we will go over and beyond those minimum requirements. And in particular, we said we want to engage in the community at the very, very early stages of the process. And this does feed into the statement of
Charter for public participation.
which does take a similar approach. It's fair to say that this SEI was written before that. So in terms of that, we will consult at the earliest stages. We did that at setting out the options and the issues and options, which were just before those arrangements. So anyway, that's what the SEI says, and what we will always do, and what we'll also do, which are over and beyond the minimum requirements. And I think we're pretty confident that we have met all those requirements. I think it's also fair to say that I've always been concerned in the past that when we consult, we tend to hear from the same bodies, the same people. So we made a particular effort to try and engage much wider with the communities. So this time we've spent lots of time using social media platforms to engage much wider with some success. And we've had many thousands of hits and views by using social media outlets. And this is beyond just the council social media outlets. This is geocaching. Somebody goes into the borough, they'll be notified on Twitter or Instagram about the consultation. Now, when I was going north of the borough last year, I couldn't really go into the borough without getting some advert on my phone telling people about the evolution of the plan.
I think sorry, you need to speak up.
I was just going to add that the use of social media really came as we went into the lockdown as well. So we had promised to review our policies within 3 years, as Tom had mentioned earlier. And so as we were starting our consultation in 2020, we adopted the social media approach quite a lot, which was very effective in getting lots of our community to respond, because previously using traditional methods, when we were only able to get responses from, say, 100 people, using these social media channels meant that we got responses in the thousands, as opposed to in the hundreds at least. And then those people, if they were interested in the detail of the plan, a website was open to them to respond to the detailed response form or engage in more depth if they wanted to. But through the polls that we ran on social media quite early on, so that happened during the issues and options, draft policies stage, but also at Regulation 19, where there wasn't, the consultation became more technical, but we continued to use that as an advertising mechanism, so more, as many people as possible were aware that the plan was being consulted upon. We took that strategy throughout. And then during the lockdowns, we also did one-to-one, we organized drop-in sessions on a one-to-one basis. Anyone who wanted to speak to planning officers could talk to us on a one-to-one basis. We held workshops for different places, as well as for the site allocations or by area of the borough. generally. So several of those workshops were available. We also did them by topic, and particularly during the regulation 18 when the policies were more developed. So we offered separate sessions on housing, some of the key issues, for example, employment, also the climate change policies, the Green Group chapter. We held separate workshops on those. So we did make a concerted effort in terms of going as wide as we possibly could. And on top of that, we also used the council's own communication channels. So for example, the magazine Our Borough is dropped to every single household in the borough. So the consultations were advertised each time in that magazine as well. Because, as I said, they go to each household in the borough. And then also pushing it through the council's own social media channels.
It may be helpful on page 16 of the statement M11, it summarise the consultation we carry out at each stage. And I know the lady here was concerned about the length of the consultation. I mean, it's fair to say that each of the consultations were, the minimum requirement was 6 weeks, but in many cases were longer than 6 weeks. So, for example, pre-engagement issues were 6 weeks, the issues and options were 10 weeks, draft policy 6 weeks, publication led 19 or 8 weeks. And I do understand the issues with, in an ideal world, it would be lovely to have broken this consultation longer and longer, but ultimately, we made a promise to have a new local plan examined within 3 years. Every effort was to while meeting the requirements and consult widely to avoid some holidays and the like, to consult as widely as we could.
Just one more thing. It may be obvious, but we did fit in another consultation at the very beginning. So we did do a pre-engagement, which was just for issues. That was during lockdown, before we did an issues and options. So we did commit to very early engagement to start to shape the plan.
Okay, thank you. I think it might be helpful for me if you could remind me how lockdown related to all these workshops Mr. Lance was talking about. Were they during lockdown or were they prior to lockdown?
So I think some of them, we started our review, I think, the issues consultation in 2020, September 2020. So yes. So some of this was during the lockdown, and some of it, I think it was still not working as normal. We were still not allowed to come back into work as the lockdown was easing. I think we were still, most of this was actually during the lockdown until the draft policies as well.
So there were virtual meetings.
That's what I just wanted to clarify.
I just add, there were issues because of the lockdown, but I think we felt, oddly, that actually the one-to-one virtual meetings were particularly useful because I think we felt, again, speaking to people who we didn't usually hear from, were much more happy to share their views on a one-to-one basis. So we met various resident associations and local residents on a one-to-one virtual basis.
Okay. Before you ask your question, I just want to just ask a question that you probably are asking yourself. How about digital exclusion? How about people who don't have access to the web? How were they? Was that what you were going to ask?
Actually, no, it was, that's a good point as well, but no, it's something, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Chris Turner.
Chris Turner made a comment about the promise, and it's come up before. This promise was given to prepare this plan within 3 years. It was supposed to be done by this year. And I've raised this before, I think, but one of the things that's come up, who was this promise made to? We're talking about principles of participation, we're talking about citizens' involvement, engagement. This promise was made to go through a process, but who was the promise made to? Was it made to us as residents, or was it made to someone else? And that's the question I think is really important, because is it predicated on the needs of the residents, or predicated on the needs of someone else?
In terms of legally, a local council should actually review its local plan every 5 years. Very few actually do. But this, like the my predecessor is going to show the plan, so to bring out a plan in 5 years' time. So it was something that the council was actually committed to do.
But it's come up before, but in that 5 years' time, we had an unprecedented event, Grenfell Tower. So did it have to be done within that time, or was there more, could we have not had some more leniency around it?
That's done after.
No, but the 5 year period was meant to be done in 2017, yeah? The local plan was supposed to be producing,
No.
and it was put on.
Council can take
Can you explain that then?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think I can explain
Yeah.
the timings of this. So the previous plan, we submitted for examination just virtually the time that the Grenfell tragedy happened. As a result of that, we recognised as a council we couldn't carry on with that process because of the events that occurred. We then paused the plan and it went into quite a long period where through the inspector we offered further amendments that respected the community, particularly in North Kensington, and some of those issues within the plan that they felt were unhappy with. Specifically, probably the sort of estate regeneration programme at the time. So what we did, we took the opportunity to remove those out of the plan and make some other changes to the plan. And that process clearly had to be done in a sensitive way, and we took some time to do it, and we tried to engage with the community as part of that process. It was a difficult thing to do because I think, in fairness, it wasn't just pins were involved, we had DLUC involved with it as well. So we wanted to make sure that everybody felt that we'd done what we could do and we reduced the plan. But I think it's fair to say the last examination, one of the pledges that we wanted to put forward as a council was to ensure that the next plan we speeded up the system, and that was something the planning inspector at the time looked for us to do. It was a public statement, as far as I'm aware, made by our leader at the time, and we felt we should respect it. So the timing, although we submitted it in 2017, we didn't actually get round to the public examination. Correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues, but I think it was 2019 before we spent a long time in this period of reflection and changing the plan. That plan was finally adopted in 2019 with the pledges, including that we would produce a new plan within 3 years, and it was a public pledge that we would do it. So hence why we are now at examination at this time with the new plan. Just quickly, I recognise that maybe the opportunities for policy development is not something that stops. It's constantly evolving. But I think one of the things we have done in this plan is that we've tried to make sure that we are we're in vanguard in terms of new policy development. So I think as we go through the examination, you will see even modifications that we've made to this plan very late on that reflect the latest guidance and evidence that we have. So that's why the timing is as it is.
Okay.
So is that
It's more helpful, thank you.
Charles?
Tom Charles. So what I found over the years with, since 2017, a lot of the policies and changes that have been announced by the council don't stand up to scrutiny when applied to real life scenarios, examples. And the example of Canal Side House, where it shouldn't be on this, within this black line, but it is all of a sudden. So therefore, the people using the services there and working there, relying on the building, wouldn't engage, even if all these social media type strategies for reaching people were effective. And I've never received a targeted ad in North Kensington asking me to participate in a consultation. even if they're all effective, why would anybody in that building particularly engage if they don't know that their building is included? So,
So there are two separate things there, aren't there? Because the efficacy of the actual digital event that actually was working properly. And then the issue whether the thing the plan isn't drawn correctly.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So whether the plan's drawn correctly or not is something that I'll be able to address when I do the site allocation document, which will be on the Thursday. That's when those kind of issues will be raised. In terms of whether the digital consultation worked or not, again, that's something that I have to take away, but you're saying, as far as you're concerned,
yeah, I know there'll be a discussion of the equality at later. You mentioned digital inclusion.
Yeah.
The people in that building, what you set out as the consultation and engagement, none of those things would work. Partly because they wouldn't know they were involved, their building was involved, but also as strategies, they would not be effective. This is a council building, the council is the landlord, and the council did vow to upgrade the building and improve it in 2018, which it hasn't done. The council knows who's there, there's a direct line to them, you can go and speak to them, engage them directly, it doesn't need to go via social media, the public, drop in somewhere. Someone can easily visit and speak to people directly. It's also it does serve neighbouring boroughs as well, when Westminster is very close by.
So it's, I mean, obviously it's very specific example you're giving me because the plan is obviously for the whole of Kensington and Chelsea. But I'd be interested in the council's take on how a building like that would have been addressed, and also to what extent they considered the whole issue of digital exclusion.
Chris, I'd like to start on some of the social media issues, just in terms of some of the numbers. With Regulator 19, the ads were viewed 771,000 times.
Yeah, I've got those stats, yeah.
And in terms of in terms of notifying digitally, that was on top of advertising that the libraries, the town hall, site notices, adverts in the our borough. So the social media was on top. And in terms of the events, yeah, a lot of the meetings were virtual. We had in terms of COVID, we had no choice.
I think it's worth pointing out that the government had actually changed the regulation.
Yes, I understand that. But didn't you say it wasn't just throughout the whole of COVID? There were times when it wasn't COVID, when we were undertaking this.
We were still not back in the office. I forget now when we were allowed to come back.
I think
it was past the regulation.
Because that's why I was asking the question. Was all your consultation undertaken during the COVID regulation time?
At least until the draft policy stage, yes.
So your draft policy stage, you mean
Regulation 18.
Reg 18?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But however, we did place copies of documents in libraries, all the libraries. When the libraries had opened, hard copies were placed there. We put up on the council's notice boards that there is a consultation going on as well. We will not try to show. All the consultations are also hosted on the council's corporate webpage, which lists all the consultations that are ongoing. So anyone who comes to the council's website and looks at current consultations would have been able to see that the consultation was on at that point. And then we have held in-person, not virtual, but actual workshops, particularly on the site allocations and the places.
Right, I think what I might do is that I think I've heard all I need to hear from the council on that, and then I think under the equality issues, we can then perhaps dig down a bit more. Sorry, you wanted to.
Oh, no, I'm just going to get ready for this next bit.
Okay,
So
well,
you welcome the council,
can you
so I
put it
want-
down?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, okay.
Sorry. Make
Oh,
me think
right,
I have
yeah.
to ask you what you want at that point. So it's much easier if we take it as they go along. Okay. In terms of protected characteristics and under the Equality Act, as I've obviously read the council's response to that. I'd just like to drill down a bit in terms of deprivation. Now, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but that's part of my joy of my job. Am I going to be going to the library and looking on the council's notice board as a part of my everyday existence if I have other things that are filling my mind? And if not, how has the council endeavoured to overcome the fact that it may not be one of its priorities to go to the councils?
I suppose as I said, that it was advertised in each, in the Our Borough magazine, which reached every household in the borough. And I think I'm right to say that my colleague, Mr. Turner, also attended a meeting of the Action Disability Kensington and Chelsea to talk about the local plan. So we did actually go out and meet members of the public in that sense. We also engaged with the Kensington Society and other resident associations. In fact, we also had a meeting with ISIS and Kensington and Chelsea Social Council before the Regulation 19 stage, which happened in this room. So we were always available, and also people are able to make a phone call. So it wasn't just that you needed to contact us via a computer or a Teams meeting. So the virtual, when we say virtual, we always had a number on our consultation. So anyone wishing to pick up the phone could always contact us and ask us about the local plan. And we made ourselves available as Turner was explaining that I think many people found that really useful to have that one-to-one dialogue, to be able to have that with a planning officer in the local plan.
So you're saying that it wasn't dependent on having access to the internet?
That's right, yes. So, as I said, until the draft policy, then we were still very much governed by rules around the COVID, the pandemic. But after that, we did where we could do in-person meetings. Those were organised.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come in on question 4?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I have this with Mr. Charles.
Okay, well, it'd be helpful if you told the programme officer prior to you were going to hot desk. Have you made that? Or are you on, because Mr. Childs is on behalf of Mr. O'Donnell. So does Mr. O'Donnell know that you're working on his behalf?
I would presume I've got the right to call someone with expertise.
Okay. So your name is, sorry.
I apologise for this, ma'am. I will seek clarification for further meetings. As far as I understand, Mr. Crane, Mr. Charles, and I are on the same team representing Mr. O'Donnell.
Okay. And you are, sorry.
My name is Shibo Chen. I'm representing Mr. O'Donnell. One of my, I would like to point out on whether the council have performed or observed its Section 149 duty consistently throughout all stages of its plan preparation. as our Reg 19 response, as our response to Reg 19 consultation, we pointed out at that stage, the council has yet to carry out an equality impact assessment for all of its place vision policies. Sorry, ma'am, it's not us, it's Kingston Charity Social Council's response. And it helps, it's under.
Yeah, I mean, that is that might, actually is a question I was going to ask, so if you might want to hold your policies at this point.
Thank you, ma'am.
The quality impact assessment, that was undertaken late in the day, wasn't it? Is that right?
In terms of the place visions, that was undertaken at stage B of the integrated impact assessment, but the overall plan, EQIA, has been undertaken from the very beginning of the process.
Ma'am, if I may follow up on that. From what I've observed, the council has presented two versions of accounts following our recommended response in regards to the quality impact assessment for its place vision policies. On the latest, the final report of the integrated impact assessment on page 17 of Appendix H.
What document?
Page 17, Appendix H of that final integrated impact assessment. And that's not working. The council has suggested through this document that the EQI has assessed all policies within new local plan review. This now includes place visions.
I can ask where.
Page 17.
Okay.
H.
Save us going through all the documents. You're saying that the council have said that they've done an quality impact assessment, and you don't believe they have.
No, sorry, ma'am. If I may clarify, the council has presented two versions of events on the response they provided, scheduled response they provided to our response to Reg 9 consultation. The council has suggested that they have carried out a quality impact assessment, and for clarification, as we might have pointed out in our submission, in reference to the council's response to our recommended response, that in clarification, they have now included a new table, 5.3, for its place vision policies, whereas in its final report of its integrated impact assessment, on page 17 of the Appendix H, the council has suggested that this now includes place visions.
So the question is, is it something that's recently been done, or was it done early throughout the process?
I would put it forward that this is a contradictory version of event. It demonstrates inconsistency of the council's decision making. And
Well, and I think the question is whether they've actually done it or not, really, isn't it? So,
yes.
So from council.
it's the way to.
Yes. So I think we clarified, Madam Inspector, that the qualities impact assessment was done for all the policies in the plan. At stage D, which is later in the process at the beginning, it was undertaken for the places. But simply, the equalities impact assessment was undertaken for the places, and it was undertaken at stage D. So, as far as the council's concerned, the equalities impact assessment has been done not just on the policies, but also on the places. And it wasn't done. It's incorrect to say that stage D was carried out conscientiously with regard to the statutory criteria and not just the confirmed decision that has been made. It was done properly as part of the integrated impact assessment, and that is quite clear. Now, if it hadn't been done in a proper manner, then obviously that's something, Madam Inspector, that you could look at. But as far as the council's concerned, this wasn't a rearguard action to make something happen that hadn't been done before. So in other words, we didn't decide, we went through the equalities impact assessment as part of the process.
Now, if I make further comments.
Well, if you can let me do it rather than, it's not a, you seem as if you may have a legal background, am I catching that, or?
No, ma'am, actually.
but there's nothing legal here, it's just me, I mean, it's legal, but it's me sort of leading the conversation, discussion, so if you can just let it work on that. So I just want to keep it clear, the council setting out quality impact assessment, they've taken due account of the Public Sector Equality Act all the way through. But you've got to table 5.3, which refers to places, is that right?
Place vision.
Place vision.
Place vision.
But that doesn't, because you've got the place vision in stage D, doesn't mean you haven't done it for the rest of the time, is that right? So where is the evidence that you've done it all the way through then?
The EQIA is always appended at the end of the IA, but not for the place vision. So those were added on. That table
Right, okay.
was added in stage D. But in terms of meeting the equality duty, so we have had due regard to that duty, and the EQIA is a way to demonstrate that we've had regard to that duty. But clearly the place visions tie in with the overall plan vision, which is to make Kensington and Chelsea a place which is green, living, and inclusive. So that was always an underlying theme in all the work that we did in the plan and the place visions, tie back to that inclusive theme. And that is something that we've had regard to throughout the process. But yes, yeah, it is correct to say that the table was added on in response to the consultation comments we received at Regulation 18. We responded to those comments, took that on board, and then assessed the place visions. It's quite possible, and in fact the place visions would have changed as a result of the consultation undertaken at Regulation 18. It's not that they are exactly the same from draft policies, so you have taken account of consultation comments.
I think I can reflect on the evidence later. So you wish to?
Yeah, I have quite a bit to add actually.
Sorry?
I have quite a few things to add to, I mean, I think we need to pedal backwards slightly to number 3, because I wanted to actually speak to that, and perhaps it also crosses into number 2. Around looking at equality.
Can we just do but couch it in terms of the equality?
Yeah, can we though,
Then we want to go back to question 2. I just want
well, it's just that the statement of community involvement, I haven't had a chance really to address that, and because I personally, for myself and also representing the citizens' advice, there is a feeling that actually there's a lot lacking in the statement of community involvement. So, for example, the
statement of community involvement is the document that they have to legally,
yes,
whatever. So
but in terms of good practice, I have some examples of best practice in creating statements of community in what is it called? Sorry, statement of community involvement. And we feel, myself and other residents, obviously I'm speaking for my community, but also the citizens' advice, that they have not gone far enough. Now, I have to make the connection. When we talk about protected characteristics, and we talk about equality, we need to talk about the particularly vulnerable nature of people in this community, particularly around health, mental health, well-being, and disability. And that ties into trauma. And what is lacking throughout this whole document is any trauma-informed practice, anything that looks at the specific needs of the most vulnerable in North Kensington in particular, but of course across the borough, but in North Kensington around the trauma. And so what I want to do is speak to this. I want to speak to what is lacking, what ought to be included, and how they could have worked with our community so that we could say that we were quite happy with this, because at the moment we don't think that it's justified. We're concerned that it's not being positively prepared and it's not going to be effective, quite frankly. And so I want to speak to all of these points with inequality, but also building in trauma-informed practice. I don't know how you want me to do that, madam.
Well, I want you to do that in terms of, I understand in terms of the protected characteristics, so how you consider
Okay.
that the plans, the way the plan has been prepared in terms of the consultation, and it's, you know, how I was talking about.
Yeah.
digital
Well, the consultation I
exclusion.
think has been dealt with. I mean, my colleagues have put across quite a bit around
Yeah, okay, so in
consultation.
terms of,
Lack of consultation.
that's what I'm reading.
Yeah.
And how the preparation of the plan has taken into, because they have the duty, obviously, in terms of the preparation of the plan,
Precisely.
about the public sector, not the public sector, you know, the Equality
Okay.
Act. So the question is, how you
How could they have done it better?
not necessarily how it would be done better, because that's not really the point at,
But if
unfortunately, in the matter.
Right.
It's how it has not
Okay.
been undertaken,
Right.
because it's not a question of making it better, it's a question of whether it's actually meets that threshold.
Okay.
And
So
that's what I would like you to take. you
is
to be able to-
there though, when we look at thresholds, are we saying that as a community, all the council has to do is meet the bare minimum basic threshold that does not take into consideration the specific needs of this community? Because clearly you could, a very basic minimum threshold could be, you know, practically a tick box exercise, and you could say we've met it, but that actually doesn't meet the needs of the community.
And
Yeah.
and that's why I'm
Yeah.
asking you to set out how you consider that it has failed in terms of, because obviously the Equality Act doesn't mean you do the same thing for everybody.
No.
And that's what I'm trying to ascertain, is whether the council has undertaken the preparations of plan
Right.
to meet its obligations, because, I mean, they are obligations, but in relation to differing communities, and so that those obligations are met.
Okay.
Does that
Yeah,
clarify?
I'm hoping I can do that.
But you understand,
Yeah, I get the point.
we're both in the same parameters now.
So for me and for the CAB, okay, the main thing is about the vulnerable people. It's about the fact that we haven't had any kind of trauma-informed practice, and that affects directly the needs of the most traumatized and vulnerable in North Kensington. So what is missing in terms of trauma-informed practice, okay, what we would be looking for is approaches to planning that involve clear and accessible communication. Now, obviously the council will say they've done that, but we would say that, for example, people with PTSD, are they fully able to comprehend and to engage in the documents that are being put forward, in the consultation processes, the way it's being put forward, and what work is being done with the community to overcome that? So, for example, I'll give you some examples of how a local authority could effectively implement best practice around equality impact assessments. So, for example, Bristol City, the way they've gone about their EIA is they've got a dedicated team responsible for gathering and analysing data, engaging with stakeholders, producing recommendations for policy and programme changes, and they are actually working directly with the communities themselves. Now, I appreciate the team, and actually Prissy's been brilliant. She has reached out to us and met with many of us represented from social council. However, there's still an element of privilege, because the people that you see here, and the majority of people that come to planning are privileged people. We are able to read English as a first language. Many of us are university educated, probably to past degree level. We we have lives that allow us to participate in this, to engage in this process. Our concern is that the most vulnerable, particularly the traumatized, are not going to be in a position to do that. And there needs to be a completely different way of working that is informed by best practice around trauma. So, for example, Leeds Council, they developed a training program and resources that are aimed at building capacity of staff to conduct EIAs with the community. They've got like you can go on their website, they've got helpful resources, templates, guidance documents, but they're much more community based. They're much more grounded in the community. And I feel that that is not what we're seeing here. Some examples, again, of community engagement. There was something, the Healthy Living Centre Alliance in Wales, they established a community engagement project with the aim of involving local people to redesign and redevelop healthcare centres. And the project worked with vulnerable communities around redeveloping how health is delivered. I've seen nothing like this. I've seen nothing like this present in any of the work around engagement in Kensington and Chelsea. In Glasgow, the council developed a comprehensive statement of community involvement, but they were much more looking at much earlier on, how communities could be involved. And I appreciate what the council is saying, but there is still a feeling that co-design and co-production and engagement must start right at the beginning. The council doesn't produce something, you come to us first, you talk to us, and then you go away and you begin at the beginning. There's still an issue about where this process happens. Birmingham adopted a community-led approach to consultation. They had community conversations. I don't know if what you were doing you considered community conversations, but it was much more about giving the community capacity to engage in a way that hasn't happened. They established a community development fund to provide financial support to community organisations who are trying to work with vulnerable and traumatised communities. That wasn't done. For example, the Social Council has found funding, but that wasn't given, there was no specific funding. The Social Council has developed that and gone out and worked with Just Space. But how do we work with the vulnerable communities? There's the other thing about trust. We talk about consultations and stuff, but how do you build the trust of such a damaged community? The best way, clearly, is to work with other communities, members who already have that trust, to put the resources in there for them to do that. There's nothing like that happening. Tower Hamlets implemented a range of community-led consultation processes, planning panels, it's much more grassroots and grounded. We have Renfrewshire, I'm not sure, Council in Scotland, they produced a people's panel. So what I'm trying to say, Madam, is that there are quite a number of ways that we could really embed community engagement and co-production into what the council is doing. And although the statement looks fine, it's a beautiful glossy document with lots of people's hands, but I feel like it does not go far enough. It is just a bare minimum. And what we need is to see far more creative and engaging ways of actually engaging the community that will build that trust and confidence. And that's not happening, and that is absent from all the documentation. And in terms of trauma-informed practice, I don't know if I should just submit this to you, email this to you, but I've actually done a whole...
Because I'm not accepting any more.
Okay. So shall I just put it in?
In terms of I suppose what I'm really asking is, do you feel that the council has failed this public sector act?
What I feel that the council has done is they've done the bare minimum, which they're expected to do. And I think this is one of the issues that we have in these forums generally. When we talk about transparent decision-making processes, there is still an issue. That's still empowerment and autonomy. Where is that in there? How does that, sensitivity to triggers and trauma reminders? How is that? These are all things that you must have when you're dealing with a community. For example, the long-term support and recovery for Grenfell, there's already the issue about they got rid of the Grenfell scrutiny group. There's now talk of next year, getting rid of a lot of the Grenfell support and looking at restorative justice. Those are triggers. Just the thought of removing the scrutiny group, of removing things that relate to Grenfell, is a trigger for trauma. How does this statement of community involvement, and how does the work that they did, or their assessment of the Equality Act requirements, how has that informed this? I can't see that it has. I'm just trying to be quick.
No, I appreciate it.
Yes, please jump in.
And I fully,
obviously
understand.
Yeah, so
terrible things.
Sorry, okay, so my colleague is saying it has failed. Based on the fact that I'm raising these concerns legally in the planning language, technically it has failed.
So okay. I obviously need to I mean, Mr.
Digest
Chairman,
that.
yeah, I've got obviously big things to think about. And it might be helpful, and I'm sure the council would appreciate the opportunity, if in terms of, you were talking about, obviously sensitivities relating to trauma, perhaps if you could put something together, because as I said, I'm afraid this is a process I have to ask. Put something over to trauma, and perhaps the council could respond, and prior to my seeing it, if you both could work on it, and then that way it could become an inquiry document. I mean, it's not an inquiry, examination document. So council, would you be?
Yes, I'm really happy to
I think that would
have
be
a
the most,
conversation.
that would be the most useful thing, because that way, then, because the last thing we want in these kind of events, I mean, everyone's busy as well, obviously, is to have sort of tit for tat type information coming backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
And I always think it's so much better if people can put something together, and then, I mean, clearly, I mean, statement of common ground, because I've asked the council to put a statement of common ground in relation to heritage issues, and that's been a very useful document. If they could do a statement of common ground with yourselves, and I will then have the opportunity to consider that afterwards. I know there may be other groups that might want to be involved in that, but I don't want it to move on, and it will become an inquiry, an examination document anyway. So I don't think they're necessary. And you work for the.
Just clarifying. Yeah, I'm
organisations.
Yeah, so I'm representing myself, and I'm talking about trauma-informed
Yes.
work and how what I feel hasn't gone in. But also, I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague who's not well today from the CAB, and the CAB also raised their concern about the failure of the community involvement statement and the EIA on similar basis around the vulnerability of the clients they've worked with and what they've seen in their experience, and that they did not feel that this went far enough. So it's two hats, as it were.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to speak to the team as me as a resident and do that.
Yeah, I would find that very helpful. Mr. Charles.
Thank you. Just to add to what Isis was saying, a couple of just factual things. The Curve was the main Grenfell recovery centre the council ran. That was closed last year without a replacement being created. And the Grenfell Health and Wellbeing NHS team at St Charles have been told to inform their patients who are having therapy, trauma therapy, that they've only got X number of sessions left, whereas originally it was indefinite. So those are some of the things.
So those are the background to the sensitive. So you're saying that whilst not directly necessarily linked to the examination of this plan, you're saying in terms of the background of the preparation of the plan and in terms of the Equality Act, you're saying that those are things that are potential.
It's important context.
Context,
for you to understand.
And so I think that's something that I can take away in that respect.
The other thing I wanted to add was just within the document itself, a lack of depth is what we see. So on the canal side, council canal side, what is the council's assessment of the problem? Because they've given themselves 2 plus signs for.
We're going to look at the integrated assessment as a separate document, as a separate question. So
it relates to the equality.
right, okay.
I'll be quick. So they give themselves 2 plus signs for community facilities and services with the new plan. However, there's no explanation of why. There's no look at what the impact will be on people using the facilities there currently. That's Canalside House and the Canalside Centre. And there are people in living accommodation. These are not mentioned in the plan. There's no discussion of the replacement site for Canalside House. So there's no assessment at all on the impact. These Well, these buildings are used by almost exclusively by people with characteristics. So there's a communication element which it covers, but also just the fact that this is entirely, it would be a perfect case of how the council is meeting or not meeting the equality.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask this.
So one more thing on the Equality Act, just to come on to the issue of race. I think it's important just to raise it.
Yeah.
Because in the opening statements, two of the barristers or legal representatives at the Grenfell inquiry raised the fact that Grenfell was attributed, or there was a large extent, was institutional racism. And that's because obviously the category of people that died, 72 at least, were predominantly from what is called BAME. I don't like that term personally as somebody who'd be labelled that, but people from minoritized or global majority communities. And I think there's also an issue as to how much has institutional racism and the impact, because, sorry, to just rewind, Grenfell, the failure to listen and engage with residents, resident engagement, the failure of that had a huge price to pay for Grenfell, because the community would say they'd been listened to and heard. Grenfell didn't happen. They predicted what was going to happen. They were not listened to. And a lot of that is attributed to institutional racism, because the way the people looked who were speaking to the council.
Yeah.
And so I would also have liked to have seen something a little bit more around institutional racism and how the council was actually dealing with it, bearing in mind that a lot of these issues that we're dealing with, involvement, equality, etc., wasn't taken into consideration in Grenfell, and it led, or it had a large part to play in what happened. So also I would have liked to have seen something more, and there's nothing about institutional racism and how it impacted communities previously, and how they're going to do things differently. And that's one of the things actually, there really needs to be a lot about how things are going to be done differently.
If I may, I'd like to change tack slightly, but remain on questions of the QIA. And this relates to my statement submitted and potentially the loss of the requirement for local food production in new developments, and how that might impact on those protected characteristic groups in terms of age, disability, and particularly deprivation, and how the loss of that requirement begins to restrict access to locally available and food of variety, and food that is that can counter the cost of living crisis.
So that relates to the deprivation
Yeah.
question. Okay. Thank you. If the council, we talked about an action point. Remember right in the beginning I said that we do some action points. So the action point is that I'd like you to put together that statement on the ground, particular reference to trauma and the way that the council's addressed that, or not as the case may be, but that's the point of the statement. The thing about the statement of common ground, for those of you who aren't professional planners, is that although it says common ground, it doesn't have to be common ground. You can disagree like Billio. That's the point, is that it just sets it out very clearly for the decision maker, i.e. me, the facts. Okay. So that's great. I don't know if you want to come back about the food production, or that might be something that we can discuss in the question 5 in relation to the integrated impact.
In terms of food production, I would just if we look at the actual draft policies in the plan, so there's no requirement in a local plan or anywhere to have food production, but we do support it. So we support green infrastructure, and we recognise that green infrastructure can be found in many forms. This is power 2.114 of the solution version. Green infrastructure can be found in many forms, and which includes allowing for locally grown foods. Specifically, I think you're interested, which is a fair point, specifically in terms of Earls Court, in the SPD, which I know we're not the examination now, it adds some fresh developments. It talks about personalising space and opportunities for food and plant growing. So it is something we recognise that there may be value. But with all these things, we want to recognise that the land values in this borough are what they are. So we've got to cut our cloth accordingly. But it's not to say we don't recognise them, and the plan doesn't recognise there may be value. But is this maybe for the Earls Court allocation?
Can we move on to unless anyone wishes to add anything else in relationship?
I did. I just wanted to add that clearly the council also extensively consulted on the council plan, which
On the SER.
plan very closely linked with. And one of the strands of the council plan is to be fairer. So that is something else.
So are we talking about the corporate plan or
The council plan, which underpins the local plan.
so take your okay. But in terms of the local plan, obviously the local plan has got its own
course, yeah.
requirements.
Yeah.
Only got requirements, so they're separate. Okay. Thank you. Can we look at the integrated impact assessment piece now? Again, for the non-planners, this is a document with lots of colours and numbers and ticks and positives and negatives. However, it's quite important because it should set out how these policies have developed. I'm going to take what the council said more as it's read. On page 20, however, we talk about stage A in November 21. So the council consulted all our stakeholders on this, including Historic England, Natural England and the Environment Agency. Can I just confirm whether they came back to you at this point?
Yeah, they didn't.
They didn't.
Natural England responded, said they were happy with the scope.
Yeah.
And there were no other. We're talking about scoping now, aren't we?
Yeah, stage A.
Yeah.
So it's just Natural England.
Yeah, they was responding to
The
scope.
Environment Agency and Historic England didn't. Okay. Right. Drilling down to the detail, I'm just slightly concerned, or I've got some queries relating to how these assessments actually move forward. So, for example, I mean, I don't want to talk about Earls Court, I mean, Kensal Rise, Kensal Canal side in too much detail. We'll be discussing that at the actual day. But in terms of heritage matters, there is discussion about how somehow it's going to make things, it could potentially make the place better by building on it, etc. What did Historic England made any comments on the IIA?
I have to dig them out. Not on the scope. I'd have to.
Because I would quite appreciate it if you could ask them to put together a response to some of the conclusions that you've actually drawn. I'll just try and quickly find a particular reference. Because fundamentally, the issue seems to be that you state that if there's ever going to be any impact to the historic environment or any issues, you can always sort them out later. And I just wondered whether that was actually supported by the evidence.
In the draft.
Well, example, on page 88. I don't know, can you get to page 88? Page 88 of 102.
This is stage C, stage D.
May well be. It's potential intra-cumulative effects. You should talk about disturbance, historic environment due to noise, vibration, temperature reductions and air pollution. However, positive cumulative effects may arise due to the historically sensitive design of the proposed housing developments to fit with this setting. This will be further supported by the design policies which will respect the historic character of the borough, etc., etc. I mean, it all seems to be very, very positive. And is there ever when you read it, a cynic might suggest that the negatives aren't actually being sort of calling a spade and saying, yes, there might be a real problem here.
When we look at policies within the plan, Historic England will have. Well,
No, so I suppose it's the way I suppose this has been framed is that because of the status of the sites being completely vacant, brownfield land with no development proposal, particularly, for example, Earl's Court, so it sits in the back of high quality conservation areas, and it's just full of rubble at the moment. So if sensitively designed, it will bind with that local place and it will bring roots through the site. So if it's done with all the other policies of the plan, and it creates a new place, a new vibrant place, then it will have a positive impact on the neighborhood. So I think that's the way the information is taken, so as opposed to the baseline, which is the completely vacant site.
I suppose I really just wanted to dig down in terms of where it seems the integrated impact assessment is supposed to be it's a factual thing, isn't it? Yeah. So let's look at, as again, Kensal. You talk about, this is, I'll just give you some quotes from you on the back. It says, site location area with relatively low access to public transport. Can say PTL 0 to 3. Okay? And that's for Kensal. Then there's another site which you say it has poor transport links, and that's 3. I can't remember offhand which one it is. So it seems to me that I think I might ask you to look at the language of some of these discursive comments that you put forward, because they seem to be not necessarily consistent throughout, depending on which sites they are. And it may be that, again, it's a sort of planning issue, is that sometimes an integrated impact assessment or a sustainability appraisal may actually say that a site's not a particularly good site, but it's still a legitimate thing to bring it forward because there are other benefits. So that's the decision that the council has to make. But it's got to be clear that the evidence which that decision is taken on is rigorous in that respect. So if you could just go through, as an action point, go through some of those those languages, because it makes me feel slightly uncomfortable that it may be that that language hasn't necessarily been applied consistently throughout, and that will then make, obviously, the decision making more rigorous. So,
Yes, no,
you're not, no one's
yes,
objecting
no,
strongly to
I'm
that.
not objecting to that. I mean, I think there's no broad conclusion where, it has flagged up that there are yellow and red indicators.
Yes.
So I accept the point that maybe on the site basis, language could be better in defining that.
I just want it to be sort of as straight as possible.
Yeah, no.
Because I think that if it raises concerns for me, it may be, because at the end of the day, any site that comes forward will have to be developed, will have to go through rigorous public consultation, and it's important that it's predicated on evidence. Okay. I know
Could I just clarify something? Is this particularly with regards to the sites only, or do you want us to look at the entire assessment?
Probably just best just look at the site, because you don't want to have to look at the whole thing. Okay. Does Mr. Charles, you have an issue in relation to Kensal Canal side, didn't you, in terms of the yellow?
Well, the things that jump out would be, again, maybe with the vagueness of the language, so minimising the need for private car usage. If there's thousands more people, that will still be a lot more cars, I presume. Even if, and there's also the issue of, at the moment, where the roundabout is on the top of Ludlow Road, there must be 8 buses, maybe 7 or 8 buses that are just constantly going along there. Where will they be going? It's already a very polluted area. You add in a new neighbourhood to see how emissions will be reduced. So again, it's as you said, there's going to be some negatives that I haven't seen in Blackburn.
Come back on that particular point. I mean, I don't want to get into absolute details of the specific sites. We're going to be looking at the actual allocation on Thursday, but in terms of the way it was.
Just very quickly, the approach both in the local plan and in the London plan, we've got the general thoughts of the London plan. is for Class 3 development in opportunity areas, and we followed that. I accept the point that if people did have a car, it would be very difficult to operate a site like that. So I think it's taken that it's not just an aspiration, it's something that actually we need to make sure as followed through as part of our planning policy, that it is car free development. And obviously that has other effects, it's not just the congestion, it's obviously the air pollution and the other things that go with can go with cars, not all cars is true. So we can pick that on Thursday, but that's my initial response.
Very much. In terms of, I'd like to move on to question 6. Unless anyone wants to more on 5. Question 6. Are reasons for rejecting alternatives and discounting unreasonable options and individual sites clearly given and supported by transparent evidence? Which again, I think in terms of my issue relating to language, it might be sensible for the council to have a look at those in terms of seeing if it's consistent to how you've treated the sites that you're intending to move forward. Because one thing struck me was sometimes sites were not given, sites that come forward, because they didn't have much policy. Obviously policies haven't actually been provided for them. You said it was all a bit vague, and therefore they didn't provide certainty and clarity that the sites which you'd already got policies for had. And I just wondered how whether that was a reason not to bring forward the site.
So I think on the sites, we got a site allocations paper which has a methodology for how sites were taken or not taken forward. So firstly, some of the sites were put forward without the backing of the landowner.
Yeah.
Many of those sites not available. And then we have got policies in the plan which we have taken forward in one on another, which protects, for example, local users or rural community users. So the assessment was based on whether the site had enough capacity to retain the floor space of that current protected use and have the space for additional housing on the site. So if it didn't, on that basis, it would reject them because there wouldn't be any point in allocating it as it lacked the capacity. And then other constraints were also considered. So, for example, there was a site which was completely covered by a site of nature conservation importance. So that was on that basis. So there was a green space, for example, at Muncie Lane. So there were some significant constraints that have been passed that phase. That paper very clearly sets out what the methodology was for.
Yes, I understand that, but sometimes on the IIA, you do refer to how these sites there wasn't much clarity and it was difficult to work out that they didn't have a policy. It seemed to be the argument, it seemed to be sort of a counterintuitive argument, because there wasn't a policy for the plan for that actual site, there weren't any ways of actually bringing it forward or being ensuring that it would come forward without as many alarms. And obviously, because it's not if the site hasn't been put forward and you haven't provided a policy for it, it's going to be very difficult for you to do that. So it may be, so I'm just worrying whether those are reasons not to bring the site forward. There may be lots of other reasons that you put in your site application, that document. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Whilst we're on question 6.
A bit loud.
Sorry, whilst we're on question 6 and in search of reasons for rejecting alternatives and discounting unreasonable options. I refer again to the loss of local plan 2019's policy CE1, which required development, I quote, to incorporate measures that will contribute to on-site sustainable food production commensurate with the scale of development. And in the shuffle that that followed the loss of CE1, which was replaced by the plan's policy GB3, GB4, and locally grown foods were then mentioned as supported in policy GB15. Clearly what we lost was the requirement that I just referred to provide on-site sustainable food production commensurate with the scale of development. Now, in the policy formulation reports, there seems to be no mention of that particular loss and no rationale for why that was lost. And as far as alternatives and discounting unreasonable options, I've seen no evidence of.
I'll ask the council to respond to that. And I also ask the council, because you mentioned about agriculture, didn't you?
Urban agriculture.
Urban agriculture, how it in table 10.3 or something, there was reference to it. And then when you tried to do a word search for it, we couldn't find it anywhere else. And I did the same. So there's two issues there. I wonder whether the council could respond to those two.
In terms of the IIA,
Yeah.
it was mentioned in the document, and it wasn't taken forward. That's correct.
So what happens?
Well, there was the policy talked about various mitigation measures, but if you look at the policies and the plan, we recognise that sustainable food production is a form of food structure, and therefore we support it where appropriate.
So we say, just to be more specific, that policy GB15, green infrastructure, paragraph 2.114, we state that green infrastructure can be found in many forms, which includes allowing for locally grown foods.
Okay. So the table referenced it, nothing more was in the IIA, but you're saying that there's no nobody prejudiced by that because it's in the plan. That's what you're saying. Okay. That's the council's response to that. And then the other issue?
And yeah, there's a relationship with here with RBKC's Climate Emergency Action Plan, which makes recommendations under places in Greener Borough to quote, continue to investigate opportunities for new community kitchen garden projects, and states residents and community groups will be encouraged to grow seasonal fresh fruit and vegetables. Despite these recommendations, there is no mention of this made in the IIA or the plan. And I believe that to be a significant issue.
Okay, so in terms of the council, is there any, I know you talked about 2.1.4, sorry. But in terms of specifics, not just green infrastructure, but for sort of somebody on the roof or, you know, you talked about urban
Interior spaces as well.
yes, you know, a creative approach to food production. Is there, how has the council considered this?
So I mean, it's correct to say we don't have a specific policy anymore on this, but it is something that we would support if something comes forward, we support the creation of green spaces in the borough. So it took the form of food growing, and also with reference to that paragraph where it pointed out 2.114. So we recognize that these could have benefits for mental and physical health, and growing food has educational and fun values. So that is something that we would support. And then we've also got a policy in the London Plan which forms part of our development plan. So policy G8 of the London Plan supports food production. So I suppose it was recommended that we need to provide more of a reference in paragraph 2.114. Then we would be happy to do so. We could cross-refer back to the London
I think it
Plan
might be
policy.
sensible to cross, just to clarify, because if Mr. McLeod doesn't,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm terrible
Yes,
at pronouncing
well,
people's names, so I do
yes.
apologise.
Just like
If he hasn't picked it up as being
Sure.
whatever, I mean, the whole point of the plan, there is a particular paragraph in the NPPF that talks about policies in the plan should be clear for both the decision maker and a developer to understand what's going on. And it should also be a member of the public as well, so that is one of the tests. So, thank you for that.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, really, about monitoring and implementation of
Oh,
these
that's a
policies.
different day, I'm afraid.
Huh?
It's a different day.
Oh, right, no, I was looking at the integrated assessment, because, sorry, number 7, around the methodology.
Yeah.
Are we not there yet? Sorry.
No.
Sorry.
No, but don't. It might be
Am I
another
jumping
day.
ahead? Sorry, it's the next one.
Mr. Charles?
Just a quick one on number 6. As Canalside House isn't on the site of the Kensal Canalside development, and as there's no obvious temporary building that could be used locally for the 7 years that it's predicted it would take before Ballymore could construct a usable building on the new site, it'd be good to know what RBKC did in terms of looking at the option of keeping Canalside House. And what they considered in terms of provision for the users in the interim period of the building.
I think that's an issue that we really need to discuss on the opportunity area site. I mean, it may even be something that's so detailed that it might not be. The problem is we're talking very high level here, but I can ask the council to note that that's a question that you've raised, and I'll ask them to address that when we deal with the site on Thursday. Would you do that?
I recognise the council's support of food production stroke urban agriculture within green infrastructure. But I do want to mention the RBK's Green Blue Future Evidence Study on greening issues, which made the following recommendation. Beyond setting out local guidance on required UGF scores, urban greening factor scores, or percentage net gain or a baseline, there is a need to consider other ways of adjusting the London Plan model, in inverted commas. This could involve adding to or otherwise modifying the list of land cover type categories, each with an associated UGF score. And it's presented at table 8.2 of the London Plan. And it is my position that that as an alternative was not explored in policy formulation reports and could have yielded benefits to the plan had it been considered at the time.
Quickly come back on that one, Mike.
I think the development of the locally specific urban greening factors, so I think we felt that given how densely built up the borough is, it would be very difficult given we are a central London borough. It's very densely built up to exceed what's already been set out in the London Plan. We were also conscious of the requirement coming in for biodiversity net gain. So we want, what we intend to do is to look at the requirement for biodiversity net gain because they are all interconnected and see if we can develop something that's more bespoke to our character locally. outside of the plan process, because the plan policies would, they already allow exceeding, so that it's a minimum requirement. We would be able to exceed if we set out what's possible locally in an FPD going forward. So that is something that we will be working with our ecology service on, in terms of whether we see net gain, and then it will have benefits for the urban greening factor as well.
Thank you very much. Could I just ask that you make sure that outside of the hearing session that you contact Mr. McLeod and work out how you get involved in that, because I'm sure he would appreciate it. I'm sure he's very much. Thank you. Now I'd like to move on to question 7. Okay. Has the methodology of the IIA been appropriate and have requirements for the FCA assessment been met? Obviously, the council will say yes. I don't have any further questions on that. Anyone else wish to respond? You said, yeah.
So yeah, well, we're wondering really about the methodology that's being followed and the appropriateness in terms of coming back to kind of collaboration, engagement with communities, and the environmental assessment. So, for example, quite a number of the spaces or sites that the council are talking about developing tend to be in the north of the borough, if it's for social housing. And just wondering how, for example, I mean, a good example is the Kensal development, but also the development, now what is it called? It's the one right next to the Almanar Mosque underneath the Westway. You've got the lip of the Westway and a building just sitting just
Ackham Road.
Ackham Road, that's it, sitting under there. So looking at these sorts of things, these developments, I'm just wondering, A, how much the community were involved, how collaborative was it in terms of coming up with this methodology and the assessments, and also how is the council monitoring? Like, you know, what sort of, I don't know, how are they monitoring the mechanisms that are being used to come up with these assessments or assess these plans? And what sort of recourse to community expertise is there in that? There's one thing you've got experts, but the actual community experts are
Council.
So I think I can just say that in terms of the council's own site, so we have got the largest site amongst all the portfolio of sites, is in the south of the borough, which is the Box Road South site, which will bring forward a minimum of 160 items. Then in terms of the assessment for the EIA, it follows the methodology as set out for and uses them consistently for the site. And that is something that we've asked us to look at the language.
I mean, the sites obviously that we have are limited in this borough. So clearly we can only deal with the sites we've got. And it happens that maybe some more sites in the north than in the south, but certainly we've looked at every available site throughout the borough and really address them on that basis. And so all of that, but you know, we do have the sites that could have come forward were available, deliverable. We've looked at them all, whether they be in the south or the north.
You're pretty comprehensive, that there's no other alternatives whenever we.
I think I point out page 83 of the plan, which has a map showing where all the sites are. So there is a concentration, as you say, in the north, but there's also a bunch of sites which are in the south as well. So it really is based on land availability and its capacity.
Can I just ask, for example, you've got a site on the King's Road on the corner that used to be that big furniture store. You've got a development happening.
Oh yes.
Yeah. The housing there, is that all social housing as well, or is it?
think that's a commercial,
Yeah.
if I remember.
Yeah, sorry, can we?
So I just wanted to just double check on something on the site.
I mean, one thing I did want to check on, we talk about the site under Westway.
Yeah. Acton Road.
Acton Road, that's not an allocation, is it?
It's not an allocation, it was planning permission, it's being built.
Right, okay, so I just wanted to clarify that, I hadn't missed it.
No, it's it'll be built out in a couple of things.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Westway, myself, because I was familiar with that. Okay. Well, I'm not familiar with the particular site though. Okay. Anything else on, you've come to the table?
Oh, I'm just taking over from Mr. Travels.
Okay, is it gone?
Yeah.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Chairman. All right, okay.
Sorry. I hope
You turn your back and the people just go.
I hope I'll prove to be a satisfactory substitute.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Right. Okay. The methodology for the I haven't got any further questions on that. So, move on. The HRA, which is a habitat regulations assessment, this relates to European sites. I don't have any queries on that. Did anyone else wish to raise them? If not, I'll just take the council's response to the red. Natural England, ditto, see that. This afternoon we were going to be discussing the general conformity with the London plan and other matters. Before I break, which unfortunately can be a shorter lunch break than I would hope, we can make that's fine. Is there anything else that anybody else would think? I don't want to leave this session or this part of the session with anyone saying, she shut me down at this point, or I don't use it properly, then I don't use the barrister word, but barristers love your ventilate. And other things that have been aired. Is everyone to attend that? I will should all have an opportunity.
Just on the procedural point,
Can you just introduce yourself again?
I would imagine, I believe that other points were raised in subsequent matter 3 in site allocation 1 and 2. Many of our grounds also involve in questions we previously answered, but have yet answered in detail.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering whether we should ventilate now, or whether it would be appropriate for us to refer back to our answers in later in discussion later matters.
It will be appropriate for you to answer whatever question I'm asking you at that particular point, and if you want to answer it in quite a lot of detail, as long as it's relevant to what I'm saying, what I'm asking, that's fine. Okay. So thank you very much. I'd like to hold and close this session, and we'll come back. Oh, Mr. McLeod, sorry, the laptop was in your way.
With regard to Joe Batty joining us.
He's going to do that virtually, yeah. And it'll be myself and him just one-on-one.
Oh, I see. We were wondering if we could join that conversation to discuss the
I would prefer not
part
to
of
be.
the public participation.
No, to be honest, because you've had that opportunity now, and I think it's easier if I just keep it one-on-one. It will be live streamed,
Well, right.
so you'll be able to. Was it going to be live streamed? We asked for it to be, didn't we?
Yes.
So, yes, it will be live streamed, so you'll be able to hear what is said.
So just coming back then very quickly to the chart of public participation, it is, there are quite a number of areas where, coming back to the consultation and stuff, we don't feel that it's been complied with, and yet it's part of a governance document for the borough. So there are concerns about throughout the whole of the document where we look at the principles of public participation and we don't see that happening. You know, the ladder, like the best practice and the worst practice. Often we see the lower end, if we see anything, not the top end, where we really see like really true engaged equity in the relationship. And so that's something we wanted to put in there and kind of reinforce the need for the council to really implement and follow the principles of participation at the highest standard, the higher level. I think that's missing, and that's something when we met together we felt is really important.
Okay, can I, before we break this up, in terms of the principle of the governance document, it's a question for the council, but perhaps they can take Park for now and respond to this afternoon. In terms of how you have related that to your SCI and all the various issues, which I'm sure Mr. Batties will be exploring. So you content for
Yeah, I mean,
that approach?
it'll come up again because I know I've raised it in other points in the submission. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of it being, I'm not going to go over that. I'm just going to, because these things
We might just point out, oh, this is where something isn't being followed, or that's where it's not. Examples throughout the process. Also,
It
I mean, it's a
may
government-
not be
it's a
appropriate,
gov-
but if Mr. Batty's going to raise it this afternoon, and if you're content with Mr. Batty raising it this afternoon, the council's been highlighted that that's going to be something that's going to be raised.
right, okay.
And I've asked them to be.
So it'll be noted that there's a concern about overall how the
Yeah,
people
yeah,
participate. Right, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
that's
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, on that basis, I am going to close. We're going to, I'll meet those who are back this afternoon at 2 p.m. And thank you very much everybody for your participation. Thank you. Now, 2 o'clock, and I'd like to open this afternoon session relating to the examination and Kelsey and the plan. I'm now going to go through to question 10, which relates to general conformity with the London plan. Is the submitted question I asked was, is the submitted plan in general conformity with the London plan with particular regard to waste and transport matters? Council has said it is, the GLA has said it is. Does anyone wish to take that? On that basis? Sorry, Mr. McLeod, did you get a reference to it in your regs, in your representations?
So,
Right, okay.
yeah. Like if I may to refer back to local food growing and how it relates not only to policy G8 of the London plan, which BT recognised and acknowledged as possible support for it in our borough, in the absence of any requirements going forward. Then obviously the requirement is something I wish to keep.
Do you want to use the microphone?
It's obviously a requirement which I'm urging for us to keep moving forward. But I wanted to mention at this point policy GG3, which relates to creating a healthy city. Now, there are bullet points A, B, D, E, and F that are relevant within GG3, but also most pertinent, I think, is bullet point I, where it says development must seek to create a healthy food environment, increasing the availability of healthy food and restricting unhealthy options. And I believe this is an opportunity for the plan to embrace that recommendation and stipulation of the London plan, and its absence, I believe, is something that needs to be addressed.
Something that when we're looking at the actual policy itself, I might be able to address. But I think it's important for me to differentiate between general conformity and being specifically conforming to the local plan, London plan, because the test is, in terms of the London plan, whether it's in general conformity. It may be that specific policies aren't consistent, and that's something that when we're dealing with the particular policies, I'll address. But I've got your message about food. You please know. Does it? If it's council, anything else that we should raise on that particular point?
I think I'd just say that we do have a policy on restricting hot food takeaways to restrict unhealthy options, but as I said, we can discuss that.
Another question for council. Sorry, if you want to put your thing, can you put your typewriter up? If you want to say anything. So do you look at? So were you about to say something?
No, sorry, I'm just reading.
No, I wasn't talking to you at all.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Sorry. Do you want to say anything? Or you just about to look at your work? Sorry, I thought you were about to say something. I do apologise.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm having some technical issues myself. Still trying to get my laptop.
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry.
I thought you looked as if you were about to sort of reach for your Toblerone. So that's fine. Okay. In terms of question 11, in terms of modifications being brought forward to address any issues of general conformity, I understand the council has wished to bring forward modifications. So if you just set out what they are briefly.
So in We've submitted proposed main modifications. We don't think there are any main modifications to that specifically address the issue of general conformity as such. But there were some issues raised by the mayor in the letter of general conformity, where it was pointed out that we could be in more alignment with the London plan. We have submitted those as proposed main modifications, and one of them is to align with the housing targets. So we move the housing trajectory so that it starts from 2019. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so we have suggested some options just to address that.
My next question was relating to how the individual policies of the plan relate to those of the London plan, and in terms of duplication between the two, and whether this lacks a lack of effectiveness of the development plan as a whole. The council, some local authorities would just reference, put a little table in stating where each policy relates to the sort of the highest tier document. I just wondered why the council thought that approach didn't necessarily want to go.
That is something which we haven't done in our previous plans. And we take the London plan as read, that it's part of our development plan and the policies apply. So we don't normally tend to do that, but clearly what we do look for is that our plan is produced so that it's in general conformity with the London plan, which has been confirmed by the mayor. And we produced our plan in the spirit of being in compliance with the plan as a whole. We haven't identified each individual policy. In fact, within the plan, we were quite conscious that the direction of travel from the document is to keep that short and concise and to avoid duplication of policies. So we don't necessarily duplicated policies as such, but we have cross-referenced to the London plan policies where we put, for completeness, it should be clear that some, for affordable housing, there are some very limited criteria, but then parts of it rely on the London plan. So for completeness, for those policies, we have properly cross-referenced parts of the London plan, but otherwise we take all the policies of the London plan as applying to the borough.
I think we think it's more effective in the way that we've done it, because we're trying to furnish others that are looking at our policies to make sure that they can understand the whole policy. We refer to the London plan where we feel we need to without duplicating it. And actually, I think we feel that that essentially makes the plan more effective, the development plan as a whole more effective when you read it with the London plan.
Okay. Can we just look at the affordable housing? In terms of just making it easier as someone who may not necessarily be familiar with the London plan per se, and they was coming on to do a development in Kensington, and they wanted to know about how that reference to the London plan. I just don't see any how it makes it less effective by purely just having, something plain to see. London plan of the X or Y. All of them, because you end up, you've got quite a few policies which are similar to, but not quite the same as the London plan, don't you? Would you argue?
So there are a few, I wouldn't say there were lots of them.
Because where you've got the two, I think it's important to ensure that there isn't any ambiguity as to which one which should take precedence.
Yes, I think that's why in this particular policy, HO3 community housing, so it very clearly says, so A is clearly the threshold for where the policy kicks in at 650 square meters. But then in C, it says that we will take the fast track approach of the London plan, where a policy compliance scheme has been put to us. But then we also require the community housing to be provided by floor space. So it's a sort of a hybrid policy where we've got our own local criteria set up, A, B, and many other parts of that policy, but C is properly referencing London plan. And we didn't make specific reference to the policy itself because the London plan itself could be reviewed. We didn't want to date the plan by having a specific reference to a specific criteria of the London plan policy. Because as that plan is updated, it still remains part of the London plan.
But if you just bear with me, there'd be no harm in just having a little table of your policies and stating where they reference to the London plan. What harm would that do? And wouldn't that just add make it clear where you've got the policy from? And then in terms of, I mean, I won't look at the specifics of the wording of the housing policy now, obviously, because that's something that we can session. But if you were to do that for all the policies in the plan, then somebody comes along will know which policies that they're looking at. And then in terms of, I understand that the development plans, obviously, there's always one which would be more up to date than the other, but this plan is in line with the London plan. And if the London plan was to be superseded by another plan, then this plan still would be out of date if it was out of date with the new London plan, wouldn't it? So it wouldn't really make any odds with it.
Yeah, no, we can produce a table. So we could produce a new appendix to the local plan.
Yeah, I think that was
So
very helpful.
now,
I mean, does anybody have any issue relating to that? Okay, we'll now move on to matter 13. I mean, sorry, not matter 13, that would be a very quick examination, would it not? Question 13. Has the council had regard to specific matters set out in section 19 of the Act as amended and regulation 10? And the council has put forward a table, which would suggest that it has. Does anyone have any wish to raise that?
Yes, so ISIS and like resident representing the CAB, but I think I might be doing my resident bit here. So I wanted to look at the actual legislation, the Planning and Compulsory Purpose Act. In particular, it sets out very clearly in section 19 quite a number of steps as to how it will ensure that these the plan is the documents are prepared in accordance with the local development scheme.
Yeah,
And then when we get to 2H, I, and J, it talks about development documents that have been adopted by the local authority, resources likely to be available for implementing the proposals, and also 3, preparing the local development documents and their statements, and they must also comply with the statement of community involvement. And as we keep going through this document, I don't really see any evidence as to how the council are going to actually enact or specifically work towards the requirements in this document. It's like there's a lot of requirements, and what the council says is quite, I would say, quite what's the word? It's not concise enough, not precise enough, and it doesn't go into enough detail. So, for example, where have we got to? No, actually, that's the next one. No, that's the number 14 actually. But yes, how does it actually? How's it actually going to implement this? I'm going to come on to climate change.
Okay, so can I just clarify what you're actually saying? You're saying that the plan.
Yeah, I haven't got the table in front of me. I'm sorry, I don't actually have the whole plan with me because it's so heavy to carry. But if I could have a what colour is it on? The table. Sorry, just give me a minute. I'll just find the reference. Okay, so on the table, it's got
Which table?
the regulation 10 matters.
Yeah.
So you've got number B, not number A. So it has regard to policy prepared by the GA. So I'm trying to find your notes. Sorry. I haven't actually got the table to relate to this, but from what I remember, I'm looking at this, and I might be wrong though, but when you look at the Act, it's quite clear there are lots of different steps that need to be taken in order to ensure this happens, to make sure that the that it complies with it basically, and it seems very light on it. It doesn't go into specific details. It just says it's going to do this, but it actually doesn't say how it's going to do it. What is it actually going to do? How is it actually going to implement?
So you're saying that the plan doesn't set out how these activities will be undertaken?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, right. Thank you for that. Does the council want to come back on that? I mean, it's a development plan document, so it's written as a planning policy document. I'm not sure.
I'd just say it's obviously provides the development framework for development to come forward. So the whole idea of the local plan is to shape development in line with the policies of the plan and the development plan as a whole. And so it's the development that comes forward and is delivered, but it's the plan and the framework of the plan that helps shape that and the way it comes forward. So in terms of covering all of those things that we talked about, green issues, sustainability, growth, good growth, it's the set of policies within the plan that will bring forward development. So it's about shaping development and shaping places.
I think that we've identified sites which, positively the plan has identified that are suitable for development of a certain type and size. And then the policies of the plan, when a new development comes forward, will require that they are net zero, for example, that they look at the provision of open space, or that if it's on a plot of land which includes commercial space or social and community use, that they are protected. So it will shape development, and that is the intent of the plan, to positively identify the areas of growth and then to set out policies to shape development.
So is this a language thing then? Because I think for me what I was trying to get at, maybe a bit roundabout, was that across it, you talk about having regard, but you don't actually talk about really compliance with it. And also how you're going to actually implement these things. It doesn't, there's this whole list of things, and it's policies to address must be set out in your local planning authority's development plan documents. I don't know. I just don't see what's written here to represent how you're going to actually action these things. How they're going to be tangible. It's just you're just having regard to it. So what does that mean for us?
Perhaps could the council ask that, but I don't want it to be a sort of
Yeah.
I mean, it's just questions is whether it's in line with the actual Reg 19. I mean, it's those are legal tests. I mean, how it's actually implemented is through development control system and is through developers coming forward or council bringing forward sites or others bringing forward sites.
So all of those things, we also have growth and delivery team as well as part of my portfolio. And one of their jobs is charged with actively trying to bring forward delivery of sites. So again, it's not just about publishing supplementary planning documents on sites, as you know, we've got one on Millspool and Kensal, important as they are, but it's also working with developers and community to actively bring forward sites. That's not a statutory requirement, but that's something that we do as well, because we recognise that sometimes it is quite difficult to bring forward sites as well. But that's not necessarily the purpose of this plan. The purpose of this plan is what we've said, but I think we do go beyond that to try and boost delivery where we think we can.
And sorry, just to add, there's no mention really of compulsory purchase options.
But there wouldn't, to be fair, there wouldn't be any options, there wouldn't be any reference to compulsory purchase other than if there was a compulsory purchase isn't something you could normally put in the development plan.
Under the housing department, we're not in the right section.
We're not.
Housing, it came up.
Yeah,
Land trust, compulsory purchases, cooperatives, these are things that were sitting on the side of one as kind of mentioned.
yeah.
I'll come back to it at the housing stage. But
You may
there
come
was
back
that issue about it.
But
compulsory purchase.
Yes, but what I'm saying is it's unlikely that the council may put in something like it may use its compulsory purchase order policy as a relevant stage working, but they wouldn't have a policy on it per se.
So no local authorities have.
Very rarely.
They do have some of them that have it. Well, I did find that in my research.
Well,
Just to say,
but what I'm saying, you wouldn't have a policy. Okay. Do you want to come back on the ownership compulsory purchase?
No, I think that's a separate regime, so if the council wanted to, it could use it without having a policy on it, so that's a separate.
But also, sorry, just with regard to compulsory purchase, you do have to show you have regard to the population of the area. So that is part of what we have to do. It's not part of the local plan.
sorry, just for some context, Chair, it came up a lot after Grenfell and the need to house people and why wasn't compulsory purchase orders being used more widely in that situation. So it came up a lot. That's why it's kind of been thrown in.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the other elements of Reg 10, I think we can move on to the next question, which relates to the mitigation of an adaptation to climate change. And my question was, does the plan include policies in relation to mitigation of an adaptation to climate change? And the council has provided me with a long list of policies. Now, I understand that people may wish to agree with that approach, and
So GB 1 to 20 in table M1-1 takes a rounded, holistic approach to addressing the issues of climate change, and at first glance it seems very rational. Though, as I've already said repeatedly, there is an element missing that I believe is a tool that is that has been developed and designed specifically for the adaptation and mitigation of climate change. And I say it again, the two words, urban agriculture, particularly in the forms of aeroponics, hydroponics, aquaponics, the emerging technologies and disciplines around that are not featured in a plan that I believe should be and has the opportunity to be forward-thinking. Now we've got a chance to write that into policy.
Thank you very much.
Now, would this be appropriate moment to start discussing the soundness of this policy as a whole, or should we?
No, we're not talking about the soundness of any policies at the moment. All I'm doing is just legal compliance, which is basically saying, has the council got policies on climate change? And that's what is a test. And so therefore, I'm asking if the council has reversing mitigation and adaptation to climate change. So that's the issue. You have your turn, Verona.
Yes, I would. So on that point, there seems to be very little mention or using the language of net zero carbon in terms of how they're actually going to achieve this. We have got this report here that the council produced, the update, the draft report.
But in terms of, we're having a session on climate change.
Just in terms of the mitigation and adaptation to climate change, I don't see it as being compliant at all. It talks about it, but it doesn't demonstrate how it's actually going to achieve it. So, you know, there's a document they have. You know, how are they actually going to comply with it? What are they actually going to do? How are they going to monitor it, implement it? There's lots of talk about these things, but what are they actually going to do to achieve it? So they're talking about a 78%, or the government is talking about a 78% reduction by 2035 in carbon. And so, is this policy compliant with that? Are we going to see the same thing? What? And also, there's no mention of carbon budgets, really, or any explanation as how they're going to implement carbon budgeting in the borough. So that's just,
In terms of those are details that would be that were discussed as part of the climate policies. So I think I'll park those. It's just a question of whether they actually have got policies, whether they actually work or not is perhaps is a different question. Which we'll discuss later. So I'd now like to move on, unless the council's wish goes on that, to discuss about the start and end date of the plan. And how does it relate to that of the London plan? I've read your response and your proposed modification for the plan to start at 2023 and then to go on to 2024, 2043. But the local plans, the London plan starts in 21. Now, your plan, all its evidence base, should align with the London plan. That's correct, isn't it?
So the 2019 plan, for example, didn't align in terms of its date. So the previous London plan was 2016. We don't normally, we would look at our evidence and the local plan starts when it's adopted. That's the approach we've always taken. So it doesn't, so what does need to align with the London plan, which we've agreed is where we start looking at our housing delivery from, it should be from 2019. In terms of our plan period, it doesn't necessarily have to be from 2021, that's my understanding.
Yes.
I'm a bit more dubious about that, to be honest. In terms of when people often have a plan which is adopted at a particular point, that's a separate matter from when your plan period begins, because your plan is to provide for, do you remember right at the beginning we talked about need, didn't we? And the need for the plan has been set out in the London plan, correct? And you've got those your housing figures from the London plan. So the date of the plan that the evidence relates to can be separate from when the actual start date of it having been adopted. I would suggest so for example, for your 5-year housing management plan, clearly that relates to the date of the adoption of the plan. But in terms of how much housing land you'll require, that's predicated on what the London plan has said that you need to provide over the plan period of the London plan. Yes. Am I making that up?
Yes, indeed. So I think in terms of the housing requirements, so that was the point of confusion in terms of the housing trajectory. We started it aligning with the adoption of the London plan in 2021. However, we then had representation from the mayor quite late in the day saying we should start that from 2019 because in fact the housing requirements are set from 2019.
Yeah.
So we've agreed to doing that. I think on housing it should be clear that it's from 2019 rather than 2021. I think in terms of the housing target, because that's what the plan is setting, and that's where we then start counting any under or over supply from in the housing trajectory. And the need again is, the need could be from 2021 in terms of the housing target setting has happened from 2019.
So, but the start and end date of the plan, i.e. what you're planning for, should align with that of the London plan in terms of what they're asking you to do.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. So, by referring to 2023 as the start date of the plan, it could cause confusion in terms of someone coming along and saying, you have to build X on your houses, and you saying, oh, we only have to build them from 2023 because that's when our plan starts, and then you get all involved in the whole issue of shortfall.
Mm.
So I mean, obviously I'll go away and think about it, but I'm just pushing it to you. If there is, your plan will be adopted as of whenever it gets adopted.
Yeah.
It's a question of your start date of all your evidence and when your evidence should be taken from, and your evidence has got to be in general conformity with what the London plan says, and the London plan's evidence base is from 2019. Yeah.
I think, sorry.
I was just going to say it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because I'm not aware that other London plans for the examination necessarily take that approach. Obviously, each inspector could take their own view on that. I suppose the only thing I leave you with is just to think about whether it might clarify matters or whether it might complicate. Now, I can understand the housing delivery by this logical argument. I understand that. I just want to make sure that we weren't in a position where we were perhaps dealing with other matters in plan, where legally we're sort of taken to a place saying, well, actually, the plan began in 2019. It's almost, I haven't thought this one out, but
I mean, it'd be helpful for me, obviously.
I'm just trying to think if there's a case of whether we will get ourselves into areas where, let's say we started the plan, not when we adopted it, but it was run from 2019 retrospectively. We're sort of going back 4 years as from when the plan actually started and how that would relate to our adopted plan at the moment. I just think whether we need to think through, all I'm saying is I think those sort of issues need to be thought through quite carefully, because I don't think we would want to be in a scenario where actually it's causing more legal argument than actually trying to solve. And I do understand the point about evidence and the fact that when the London plan was adopted, the latest plan, I'm just putting it out there as a point of consideration.
So I think it really is the housing needs that the London plan sets for the entire, for the whole of London. For other policies, for example, on the employment policies, it will be our evidence of need that we've done locally rather than something that's in the London plan. So I think, that's why in response to the question in the MIQs, we framed it in a way where we thought the plan could have that date, but actually the housing requirements could align with the London plan. And that is the point made by the mayor as well, that he raised this as an issue with regards to any other policy. Because as Mr. Wade explained, that may make some parts of the plan very out of date. Backdated to 2019 or. I think it is quite confusing because the government continued to measure housing delivery against the old London plan until 2021. But the GLA are saying that we need to start that from 2019, which is something we agree with. And I believe that is a similar view taken in the Wandsworth local plan examination, which was very long ago.
I'll take that one away and come to a conclusion, because so there's a difference between the start date of the plan when it was adopted and became part of the development plan, which is, I mean, it's all semantics, but it's all important, isn't it? In that if the plan is adopted, it's part of the development plan, but the plan can start earlier prior to adoption, and quite often they do. Because they're normally predicated on evidence base. And obviously, I wouldn't think it would raise any issues in terms of, because obviously any decisions you've made up until the adoption of the plan would always have been made on the basis of the development plan, i.e. the previous local plan and the London plan. So it's, I'll go off and give it some more thought. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. The other issue in terms of you refer to a 20-year plan. So your 20-year plan is basically 23 to 2043. That's why you refer to it as a 20-year plan. I mean, obviously, we're right to decide to suggests that the local plan should run from 19 to whatever. It could be, the framework always says that you have to have 15 years or more from adoption, doesn't it? Okay. Lastly, have the policies of the plan inappropriately elevated extant and future specific studies, planning guidance and standards to develop plan status? If so, what modifications are required to rectify this? I take your point, Council's point, in relation to optional technical housing standards, because those are the ones that the government says that you should relate to. However, when it comes to things like an SPD or anything else like that, you're clearly saying the developer or whoever's dealing with an application will have to look at the SPD rather than what is actually in the policy, and the policy should be the prime source of policy consideration. Therefore, save that any fear that I might change my mind, I will be asking you to get rid of those references to SPDs and other guidance, because it also raises the thorny issue of these SPDs. If a supplementary planning document is produced prior to a development plan being adopted, then how can it relate to the policies of the development plan that has been adopted after the plan? I mean, it may be that some of these SPDs will do with very generic or issues, policy statuses that you want to change. And then it will be for you to refresh it and, or just to sort of go through it and say, look, nothing's changed, therefore this SPD is still expand. But for example, Kensal, you talk about the Kensal Canal Side SPD. Now that has no status in my mind because it's not part of the development plan. And you've got to be, so it's important that the development plan actually sets out what those policy considerations are.
Take the point.
Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Totally. It wasn't for that reason, it's for safety reasons. I totally understand what you're saying.
Just curious, would we be given an opportunity to discuss whether it will be appropriate to include some of the provisions in SPD, like Kensal Canal Side SPD, into sort of policies, into development plan? Would we be given an opportunity to discuss that, whether it will be appropriate or whether it might make some allocation more justified?
When I'm going to be undertaking the site-specific policies, I will be raising about the SPD, and the council will say, we've discussed that, and we know that SPD's got to go out, but I'll be talking about whether the actual principles of what should be in the canals, the Kensal Canal Side opportunity area, and as whether the policy that has been submitted is sound. We're not rewriting it, but it's whether it's sound as is, so that if you're attending that session, that will be the opportunity to discuss, or not to discuss, to answer my questions relating to that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of, so I'm going to finish in a minute. In terms of the action point, that will be an action point, obviously, to go through the plan. I'll just search good guy, speaking, just see if it comes out.
Just so I'm clear, it's in terms of removing all reference to guidance and SPD
Within the policy.
within the policy, not the object.
No.
Okay.
I've got no
Yeah.
issue with you having, I mean, that SPD may, the status of that SPD may be up for grabs. But the issue is you can't expect someone to put something, to provide a development in line with an SPD because it's meaningless, isn't it? Until you know what that SPD is, and that SPD should be derived from policy. It shouldn't be the tail, whacking the dog, the car, the horse, car, the horse, whatever that is. Okay, so, unless, I don't know any other issues relating to this afternoon session. So I'd like the council to remind me, because hopefully somebody's been avidly writing down these action points. So we can confirm what they are. Yeah, sure.
please do chip in if anybody wants to. So first action point I had sorry. First action point I noted was related to statement on the ground.
Yeah.
With reference to trauma-informed engagement, and that's with ISIS and the CAB. Second action point I had related to historic England and going to put their response to conclusions of the IIA on heritage impacts. The third action point I had was to check the language in the IIA for consistency. The next action point I had related to the Pendle Canal side, sorry, Canal Side House, and explaining that we've reconsidered that building in the IIA.
I mean that's no, it's not an action. That's for you in the next session.
Yeah, so I'll just read out the action points I've taken.
So
We've got to add cross-reference to policy G8 of the London Plan in paragraph 2.1.14. That's with reference to the loss of food production. Produce a table of policies with cross-reference to the London Plan policies, which will form an appendix to our plan. And then we need to go through the plan and remove references to SPDs and guidance from the policies, not from the reporting. I think those are all the actions.
And then there was the language of the IIA.
Yes, yeah,
consistency.
Yeah.
The statement of trauma.
Yeah.
I mean, regarding trauma and the historic England. In terms of timescales, obviously, it's important that these are realistic. So when you're putting together, before it comes to Helen, to put on the website, can you think very carefully about the timescales involved? Just because it helps me in terms of programming.
Yeah.
To ensure that.
Okay. Would it be before the next week 2 of hearings? Would
that would be very helpful to me if it's going to be possible with your work. But no, that'd be brilliant. Yeah, thank you very much.
To do it before.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'd just like to draw this afternoon's event to an end. I am going to be having a virtual meeting as well as council with Miss Batley from the Social Council at 4 p.m. But other than that, I wish everyone a happy afternoon. And if I see you again, thank you. Well, so I'm going to be at 4.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
Mr. Batty, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes, of course.
Okay, that's great. Okay. I'm going to formally resume the session for matter 1 and matter 3. This is the virtual session because Mr. Batty we've arranged it especially for Mr. Batty. Can you hear me? Because you're still frozen.
I can hear you. My connection vacillates between Wi-Fi and 5G. So if it's difficult, I can't apologise enough.
Okay, it might be easiest if you. I mean, now that we've seen each other in the flesh, so to speak, if you turned your video camera off, and then sometimes that helps in terms of.
I've done that. It saves you all the business of seeing me.
No, that was a pleasure. It's just being able to connect. Okay. Formally introduce myself. I'm Louise Nurser. I'm planning inspector, and I've been appointed to examine Kensington Chelsea's local plan. I hope you were able to pick up some of this morning and this afternoon's discussion, where I introduced the purpose of the examination, which is to consider whether the plan is sound or not, and there are various tests which have already been set out in the matters issues and questions and in my guidance. With relatively short of time, because we've got quite a lot to get through this afternoon, and can't really leave this room from 5, right? So I'll take it as read that you were in my opening. Obviously, I've read your both your Reg 19 representation and the subsequent response to my MIQs. It's more, unfortunately, you didn't necessarily answer my questions as the questions ran. So I might just sort of, with the council's ability to allow me to do that, I'm just going to go through the issue about it's fundamentally section 149 of the Equality Act is the matter that you're concerned about. Is that correct?
Correct. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. And you, my question, which we had quite a lot of discussion about earlier today, was whether in relation to those who have relevant protected characteristic, how does the plan seek to ensure that due regard is had to the 3 aims expressed in section 149 of the Equality Act 2010? The council set out how they consider it has. I assume you've had the opportunity to look at their response to my questions.
I have, yeah. I'm not as au fait with the language that's used, but I do understand the processes and what's been said, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's great. So, were you able to listen in this morning?
Only briefly, because my internet was very, very poor.
Right, okay. Right, so I can ask council to sort of reiterate what they said previously, but I think it might be just to ensure that we get through this, because you obviously want to be elsewhere, but it's important that we actually give you an opportunity to be involved. Your concern is primarily relating to community space, is that correct?
Particularly to community space, indeed, yes.
Okay.
And
carry on.
Sorry, I just paused there. Yeah. One of the principal issues that KCSE have been involved in since the fire has been the issue of community space and how the community is engaged around issues being heard and represented, specifically when it comes to spaces that relate to different segments of the community. I was at a meeting yesterday to add colour to this. I was at a meeting yesterday at Canalside House, which is one such space, and it won't be a surprise to the council that this is a specific issue, but I think it raises the issue of equalities very clearly. There are numerous organisations in that building, none of whom have participated in this process, and most of which were completely oblivious to the process that we're going through. This is unfortunately is indicative of interests covered by the Equalities Act in the community feeling isolated. And I'm by the way, I'm not blaming the council per se in this. I just think that the procedures and the ability to reach different parts of the community has been hampered by a number of things, one of which of course was COVID, the other of which is the fractured relationships that the council has endured with different parts of the community in the wake of the fire. To add colour to that, when I looked at the statement of community involvement, it was really interesting to see the dearth of organisations that were referenced that come from specific interest groups. There's one or two obviously that are in there, one which covers disability and one which covers one of the Moroccan communities, but in point of fact that doesn't touch the edge when it comes to reaching those various communities that in particular represent the communities of North Kensington. This is also indicative of another issue which I know that I've referenced, and that is about the use or otherwise of the Charter for Public Participation, which obviously
Sorry, can I stop you, Batty?
yes, of course. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. This is an issue, isn't it? Really, sometimes
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's not your problem. You're sometimes cutting out as well.
I'm sorry.
I'd just like the council to come back about the Equality Act and Kensal Canalside and how they think that actually relates to the preparation of the plan.
In terms of the
Mr. Wade.
Yes, sorry. Hello, Mr. Patton. It's Jonathan Wade.
I can't hear you. Yeah.
Yes, in terms of the site application, we have specifically stated in the policy that the council will ensure that the accommodation. So I haven't got it in front of me. I should have. The accommodation at Canal House will be. Sorry. Yes, the improvement and relocation of facilities currently provided by Canal House and the Boathouse Centre on site if relocation is required to achieve comprehensive redevelopment along the canal side and Ladbroke Road. So the key point here, I think from the council's point of view, is that we're not losing these facilities. What we have flagged up, I think quite rightly, is that as part of the site allocation within the local plan, we have flagged up that they possibly could be relocated. Now, I think it's the council's desire that they will remain on site, but that is a detail that needs to go through as part of the negotiations of the development process and with the landowner. What the council has pledged quite clearly is that they will not be lost, and I think that is a key point.
So, sorry, Mr. Batty, Mr. Batty, with this process,
Sorry, yes.
I'll ask the questions, and if you could come in when
I'm so sorry. Yes, of course.
No, don't worry. No,
Sorry.
it's hard, obviously, because we're having difficulties with connection. But I just wanted clarify, so Mr. Wade has just set out how, in terms of the site specifics, it would have the council put forward something. Now that is an issue that we actually discussed on the site specific day, but my understanding is you're saying that the fact that people who are vulnerable or are less involved in the local process are unaware of the local plan is indicative that the Equalities Act hasn't been properly considered. Is that right?
It is right.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to just add some texture?
Yes.
Okay, I'm really sorry to do this. One particular organisation that's based in Canalside House, Power Hub, they deal specifically with the survivors of Grenfell, and they have not been included in this. They have not. They're simply missing from this process.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Mr. Batty. Can you still hear me?
Of course I can. Yeah, I've got a little bit of Wi-Fi connection currently.
Okay. So in terms of the council have put forward how they've undertaken all their consultation, which involved various elements, which I'm sure you must have read in their statement.
Correct.
So the issue for me is to whether, because of the Equality Act, whether they should have made an extra effort for people such as that group in the Canalside building.
Correct.
But the other issue, of course, is I also have to consider whether the fact that they've stated in that policy that that building would not be lost. In other words, it's not as if that use would be completely gone. It would just, it would be taken into account, whether that is enough to suggest that they've actually followed the Equality.
Okay. May I challenge that, because that's not what people who are in there understand to be the case. They understand that there's going to be a hiatus of 7 years in a decant situation, and there is no decant identified. And that is hugely burdensome to the organisations that are working with people who are very vulnerable currently. That uncertainty is not necessarily for this discussion, but it is weighing heavily on that community, and they haven't been part of this process, which it baffles me, to be honest.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Batty. I'd just like quickly to get the council to respond to that element.
I understand, and I haven't got chapter and verse, but I do know that separate conversations have been taking place through the council with the occupiers of Canalside House. Now, I can't, I'm not in a position at this stage to give you a rundown of what dates those meetings took place, but those meetings are taking place, and as far as I'm aware, it's an active process that is ongoing. So I think for the purposes of the local plan, we flagged up what the position is. I will emphasise again, we are not planning to lose these uses. They may be relocated, and I think the objective of the council is to ensure that they are relocated on the Kensal site itself. But as for the details, those will involve a number of council departments. And as I've said, I think those discussions are taking place separately to this process. In terms of equality impact, again, I draw attention to the fact that we have a robust policy that protects all social community facilities within the borough. And I'd probably say that it probably goes beyond most authorities in making sure that not only are those uses protected, but we will try and make sure that they're enhanced. So that's policy SI1. So again, a policy within the plan itself does make it very clear the council's approach, the local plan's approach to protecting and, where possible, enhancing community facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Wade.
Just to say, I appreciate the lack of clarity is because events are dynamic at that site. But Ballymore, who are the potential developers, told us that they were asked what they would like to do with the site, but people who are in the site have not had enough conversation, if any, on the future of the site. And those that were curtailed quite some time ago. And what I'm telling you now is based in real time. I had a meeting yesterday with Ballymore and with the residents of that unit of Canalside House, and they would like very much to sit in the same space as the council and the Ballymore at the same meeting, so that they don't get differing views.
Mr. Batty, I think in terms of, we might be conflating the local plan and, because isn't there a planning application?
Not at the moment.
There's not, but you.
There is a planning application that will be prepared probably later in the year.
Yeah.
So I don't know chapter and verse on this because it's outside what we're doing, but Ballymore are one of the landowners on the site, and I understand that they may be having their own conversations. I can only say that I would, speaking for the council, we want to make sure that clearly we should be part of those conversations as well. So I can't really report, obviously, on what's been said at a particular meeting because I simply don't know. But what I can say is that the council would clearly take its responsibilities to those occupiers seriously and ensure that their views are listened to carefully.
All right. I'd just like to move on, Mr. Batty, to you responded about the EQIA and in terms of the place policies. You characterised the council's approach as a rearguard action. The council's already discussed this earlier today, but on the basis you clearly weren't there, it might be very helpful if they could just very quickly go through how they.
The place visions, it's Preeti Gulati from the council. The place visions were formed to be aligned with the overall vision of the plan, which is for the borough to be inclusive, green and livable. I acknowledged this morning that in terms of the EQIA, whilst we had undertaken an EQIA of all the policies in the plan from the very beginning, we responded to consultation comments received at the draft policies regulation 18 stage that the IIA had not in fact included the EQIA of place visions. So we undertook then at stage D of the IIA an assessment of the place visions. But that's not to say that the place visions have not changed from regulation 18 to 19. Because clearly we had consulted on the place visions and we had to take into account any consultation responses received, of which there were many, and we published the council's response to all the comments received, and the place visions were amended as a result. So, for example, there were comments received on place vision 3 with regards to the area covered. So we included Nottingdale, and we acknowledged which other estates were going to be retrofitted and aligned with the Nottingdale heat network, for example. So those comments were all taken on board, and it wasn't a rearguard action as such. And in fact, other main modifications could be made as part of the process, and the IA could be updated again if that's required. Did you want to on that?
Obviously, I appreciate what the council's just said. I would say that the feedback from people, certainly in Silchester, is that they didn't feel that had been taken into consideration. And again, as a council, I'm very, very well aware, those particular areas of Nottingdale are probably the most diverse within the borough. There's still most definitely a feeling from the community groups that I talk to, and I talked to quite a few in the course of my role as community development manager for KCSC. The people do feel that they've missed this process, and also they weren't invited. And I think this is a difficulty, and I do appreciate this is a challenge for the council. They weren't invited to feel like they were agents who were part of the process, as opposed to shouting to be heard, and that doesn't match, as you as the council are well aware, with the main tenets of the Charter for Public Participation. And they weren't asked how they would like to participate. They were participated with through a number of avenues that clearly didn't reach everybody, and that is a real shame, given the somewhat animosity that existed certainly in Silchester before the fire, because of course Silchester was due to be demolished. It wasn't due to be renovated. So there is a lot of challenges getting to the community and getting the community's voice, and the community doesn't feel listened to, and didn't feel that they were included in this process. And that speaks again to the equality as we were speaking earlier, because of the diversity of the community.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bafferty. I think I've heard everything I need to hear in terms of matter 1, but if you remember, we put matter, because you weren't able to come.
Thank you, yes, for matter 3.
Yeah, at which point I think the issue about the charter you raised, the issue in matter 3. So before we go there, I just want to confirm, in terms of matter 1, the issue is Equality Act, which is exemplified in relation to the canal side building.
Yes.
Heightened sensitivities in the Silchester and Nottingdale element of North Kensington, and concerns that people haven't been adequately brought on board with the process. Is that fair?
That is a fair summation. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And obviously, I've heard that's what I have to say. So thank you very much.
I appreciate this is not ideal.
No, it's not ideal, but at least we're doing it, aren't we? So
thank you. I'm very grateful to all of you for that.
Thank you. Matter 3. We haven't actually discussed matter 3, as I say, because it's programmed for tomorrow. But I think I might just want to concentrate on what you've actually said, because that's obviously the easiest way to deal with it. It relates to the vision for the borough, and how that relates to the Charter for Public Participation. What do you think the council should have done differently?
Okay, I mean, first and foremost, I think there was originally there's no mention of the Charter for Public Participation in the Statement of Community Involvement. Now, I understand why that is, because the Statement for Community Involvement, of course, predated the Charter by about a month. But the Charter is part of the Constitution of RBKC, and as such, I would have expected its DNA to be found in the majority of the issues that relate to this whole process, not just this particular element of the vision. one of the fundamental issues with the charter is that the charter was envisioned during a period where the council was going through great turmoil and had brought in an organisation to help them to look at how they engage with the community, but also look at how they themselves as an entity works from a democratic point of view. And one of the 12 principles was the issue of being accountable to the community and listening to the community, which of course the statement for community involvement seeks to address. However, the Charter for Public Participation has several layers of participation leading up to the unicorn, if you like, of co-production. And nowhere in this process was that element of this process here. It's not evident. So the idea that the community itself can sit down as a partner with the council to look at elements of community involvement so that the community itself feels like it's been listened to and is participating on a fair basis. Now, I raise that because the council has and undoubtedly did do several layers of community involvement. But the problem with this process is that they never asked the community originally how would they like this process to be conducted, and it's a missing element of something that is actually part of the constitution of the council. Furthermore, and this is a problem with the charter, which I understand is not the remit of this body, but it is a charter for public participation that doesn't tell the public how it itself can invoke or use the charter. So it's actually a charter for the council to decide how they engage with the community, and actually that is not that was not the intention of this process when brought about by the Centre for Public Scrutiny, who actually helped draw up the process for redeveloping the council's approach to the community. So there's a hole that is missing in this process, and because that hole was there from the beginning, it didn't really find expression in the statement for community involvement because it predated it, but it also didn't find expression further in the process, although the council has, I note, alluded to the charter in one of its comments, which I've got lots of stuff on my knee, but I can't find at the moment. So it's great that they alluded to it, but it doesn't find clear expression, and because of that, I think there's a democratic deficit in this process from the beginning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Batty. If the council on to that specific issue, which really relates to the fact that the chronology of issues is that the SCI predates the participation document, but your argument is that even if that's the case, it should still, those principles should have imbued the consultation. Is that a fair
That is
statement?
exactly my point. That is exactly my point.
Okay. So I'll ask Mr. Marty to.
Yes, yeah. So even though the SCI predated the charter, internally we were in touch with our community engagement colleagues. So they were aware that we were producing a statement of community involvement, and with regards to the plan making part of the SCI, we feel that it does align with the charter. So there is a section in the charter, section 4, which particularly deals with major plans, policies and projects, and the local plan would be a major plan and policy of the council. And there are a number of bullet points under there, which I think we have met. So the first one is that we seek views from local people at an early stage before a council policy has been formulated so as to gather ideas and opinions. So we clearly undertook 2 rounds of non-statutory consultation, and we consulted on the borough issues. At the back of our consultation statement, I've got a summary of the polls that we did based on social media, and we gathered some key insights in relation to what people liked most about the borough, what were the primary concerns. So environment came out at the top. We have addressed them in quite some detail in the plan. We've now got 20 policies relating to climate change, as opposed to just the single policy that we have in the current local plan. And then the second bullet point under part 4 of the charter is to take account of this input in formulating the draft council proposal, which is something that we've clearly done. And then we give people appropriate time for communication. So it says usually at least 6 weeks. So as was explained earlier, we did consult as a minimum for 6 weeks, but on a couple of rounds of consultation, we exceeded that. So what was 10 weeks, and Regulation 19 was 8 weeks. We also committed that we would publish a full list of consultations underway by the council in a single place on the council website. So that is something the council does. The corporate engagement team, every time the local plan was out, consultation was put up on that single web page. So I feel that that actually met the requirements. There are parts of the plan, so the Nottingdale, the heat network was mentioned earlier. So the council is separate to the local plan, completely co-designing the production of that Nottingdale heat network, and the design has been determined completely in co-design with the community. So that is separate to the local plan process, but that's reflected in the vision for that place, where we do acknowledge in the vision that, well, in fact, the vision itself is that it's been co-designed with the Lancaster West estate, and that's a separate exercise for the ward as a whole. And the aim is for the ward to become an eco-neighbourhood and provide a model for the rest of the borough. So whilst the local plan isn't co-designing the heat network for the neighbourhood, but it's acknowledging that that's a co-design that's happening with the council and that community.
Thank you. It'd be very helpful for me if you could do just a little note referencing how the government's charter and the SCI and your consultation all mesh together. I know you've responded to in your document, but if we can make it explicit, that would be very helpful. Mr. Batty, did you?
Yeah, I hear what the council have said on this issue, but I draw your attention to the amount of participants who commented and took part in this process from the different parts of the borough. And actually, I'd ask that again with reference to the issue of equality. Who has responded? KCSE, as you are aware, have enabled a number of organisations to actually take part in this. And that's because we realised that there was a democratic deficit in it. There are a number of organisations across the borough, the Kensington Society itself, who will respond at the drop of a hat to every consultation that is appropriate. But I really think you need to look at who has actually participated, because that's indicative of 2 things. One, and this is since April 2020 on the portal that relates to consultations, there are over 240 separate consultations on that particular portal. So if you're an engaged member of the community who understands how this works, fine. But there are a lot of people for whom this is an extremely challenging process. And I would say that I know that Lancaster West has participated, and there's a good reason for that. One is it's highly organised, and they have a lot of support from council officers to ensure that it has its voice heard. Notwithstanding that, the rest of Nottingdale is not in that situation. just to choose Nottingdale, but also if you widen it to the areas around Trellick Tower, etc., they don't enjoy that degree of support. So there is a deficit in this process, and actually the main tenets of the charter, which I'm trying to drive at, is the issue that we need to be going early and saying we can co-produce where possible. I know there are legal reasons why some parts of it would be, if you like, ultra-virus, and they can't co-produce. But the main drive was in the post-Grenfell period that the communities would be involved and feel ownership of some of these processes. And the local plan, being as massive as it is really important for it. The other issue, which I think is missed completely, is that RBKC and KCNC and some others are engaged in an organisation that is trying to tackle digital exclusion. And because a lot of this stuff has come through the portal, we can safely say there's a lot of people who've not participated with this process or have been aware of it. And so we do need to take everybody with us on this journey, and that includes people whose first language isn't English, people who are not digitally included, and people who feel that they're excluded from these processes by anyway, because it's usually people who are au fait with the systems who are using it. And I know that the council desperately, and I agree with them, wants to cross the Rubicon and move away from the local history that we've had of late and build massive bridges with the community. And the community wants to do it, but it can't do it if the tools aren't there. And that was a perfect tool in the charter, but it's missing the community access bit. It's a tool for the council to determine when the council wants to determine what is communicated on, by and large, when and how. So what level of communication is deemed appropriate? So what's consultation, what's a letter drop, and what's a co-production? And a little bit of explanation as to how that decision making is made would be really helpful, and in black and white, so that the community can either say they don't agree or they understand fully how that decision making process is achieved.
Mr. Batty, we are sort of slightly running out of time because
I understand. I don't want to.
No. I just to pick up a couple of points of the council. In terms of what provisions made for those who don't have English as a first language, as you can remind me.
We offered translation, and that was on our webpage.
Providing you can understand the web page, I suppose, is the answer to that. But I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, so the fundamental issue is the digital element of the issue, and they also, Mr. Batty, when we were discussing it earlier today, we discussed COVID as well, obviously, which meant that it was a less than perfect scenario.
I absolutely understand that, yeah.
In terms of the fact that obviously reliance had to be on digital. However, the council did arrange meetings that you would phone in rather than have to have access to the internet. So that's very helpful. Okay.
I also just respond in terms of where consultation responses came from. So the digital platform actually allowed us to
just explain what
I'm zooming in. So Mr. Batty, I'm just referring to a document, a core document, which is CD3 Appendix 4.3 of the consultation statement, which was a summary of the responses we received on the digital consultation, and that allowed us to actually see where the responses were coming from. So there's a map in that document which shows that it was a fairly even coverage across the borough, and you can see, Madam Inspector, that it's a fairly broad coverage across the borough. We also have back of it a little bit about the demographic breakdown of those who responded. And surprisingly, even though it was a digital consultation, most of our respondents were actually 65-plus-year-old women. So it breaks it down by male and female and also by age group. But we don't particularly ask questions around ethnicity, and because they can be off-putting for people to respond to consultations. So we haven't collected that data, but we have collected some demographic data here, which because we considered that with using digital consultation, we would get most of our respondents as young, very young people. And actually, we did get responses from slightly older people as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just unfortunate that it didn't capture the other demographic details, because that's quite germane to the issue of who doesn't feel that they're involved. If it can't be illustrated, then it is a really difficult argument to say that all communities are being equally participatory in this process.
Right. Unless anyone has anything else they wish to add, I'm quite happy to close this afternoon's session. But it's been very helpful having you able to communicate via the internet.
I'm enormously grateful. Thank you very much for affording me this opportunity, and the communities which we work with, obviously, because it's not ideal, but unfortunately this was agreed way in advance of your statement of the timing. Sorry about that.
Yeah, don't worry. But yeah, just thank the council as well, because everyone's very tired, I'm sure. But anyway, enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'll later on during these sessions, won't I?
Thank you for your time. Thank you to the council for being there as well, and appreciating how difficult this has been. Thank you.
Right, so I'm formally going to close today, and we'll come back at 10 a.m. Right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.